content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
Yo, what's cracking, everybody, man? I'm GG. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers, man. And before I get things started, I'd like to give a shout out to all you haters out there. I'm not going to say anything ignorant to you today. When you come in, man, can you please like the video? If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. And to hit the bell notification button so you can stay abreast of what's going on here on the channel. Also, like I always do, I want to shout out all of the people who helped me to get things cracking here on the channel. All the members and supporters. So I'd like to give a shout out to Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Artisan MC, Dub Will, Mr. Good Dad, Dar, Third Coast X, Lamar Johnson, Rais Muajid, and Lee Ways. Big up to y'all. Big up to Roderick Jackson, Michael Ross, 63rd Samurai, Ben Cannon Kitten, Sherlin Woe, Devon Loveridge, Ishmael Samad, The Watcher, Barnolis, and Hostile Adep. Big up. Big up to The Cold Hearted, Kill the Game, Dr. Thunder, BGS Ibmore, Jason Hales, Charles Finney, Interesting Thought, Bimrock, Black Sword 404, and Until I'm Not. Thank you. Naomi Gary, J. Cleveland Green, The Toxic Masculinist, Pulpit 28, No Sleep, Broken Blade, Mr. King, Larry R., Seth Sun, and Afro Troop TV. Big up. Show Me, Spain Man, 7th Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, and Honest Look, Ricky Dawson, Stefan, True 7360, and Mr. Me Too. Big up. Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Billmonger, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Binga, Cutting Up with the Jones, and Zanco 1. Big up. Big up to D. Scott, Path Guy, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Vincent Lindsay, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard 80OS, Jazz Deck, Shadow Observer, and Troy Warren. Big up. Shout out to Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, AI Apostle, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., and Adam. Thank you. Shout out to Ignatz Mouse, Black Uru Strikes, Dr. Tree 33, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, and Charles Gilmore 3. Big up. Big up to Greg, Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, Odd Collard, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, and Mr. Blue Collar. Big up. Also, shout out to TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Rasheed Barnes, Aaron Smith, DHA Double, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalanja Kala, and W. Pierre 1. Thank you so much for your support. And I can't forget Forrest Windu, David Carroll, and Kevin Samuels. Shout out to all y'all. On the Patreon side, I want to give a shout out to Robert Wicks, Shine Language, Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby, J. Live, Rashawn Phillips Surles, Keith Bass Jr., Nick Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, I'm Delighted My Father, Waffle Weave, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Preserve Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Jay Bailey, Mr. Michi Momal, and a Sangwa. Big up to all y'all. Thank you for supporting the Green Gorilla channel, man. I really appreciate it. And if you want to become a member of the Green Gorilla channel and support the channel on an ongoing basis, here's how you do it, and I'll be back.
What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla Channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless.
All right, man, you know, I'm back, man. I'm GG. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers. And already, I see I got some activity here in the chat. And I thank Barry Little. He says, support independent black male media, support the Green Gorilla Channel. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that donation, straight up. I really and truly do appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Barry Little. Also, BGS Ilmore. I see you were talking about the various rankings of your octanes today. I saw that. Shout out to that brother, man. Shout out to him. And so, look, man, I'm doing this video today, man. I'm not going to take all day to do it. I do have a presentation I want to give. So the first part of the presentation is going to be kind of highbrow and esoteric and kind of abstract. But, you know, the other portion will be more visceral and, you know, more profane, I guess, so to speak. But the reason why is, man, you know, look, I'm tired of people coming to me with this idea about building, you know, like show me evidence that you built something. Like, you know, like demonstrate to me that, you know, you have something tangible that you've left your mark on in the world about, you know what I'm saying? And like, the first thing I point to is like, bro, stop, cut it out, bro. Like, you see this, you see these buildings here, man? Like, those silos, bro. I literally worked at this site, man, Wholesome Concrete, man, St. Genevieve, Missouri. And I'm a journeyman iron worker, so I know about building, okay? I actually know what it's like to build something and to look at it, you know, years and years later, like decades later, and say, I put my labor, my energy, and my effort into that. I know what it's like. I've built bridges. I've built like industrial buildings. I built the largest concrete plant in Northern America. I contributed to that. It's located in St. Genevieve, Missouri. I had to drive back and forth every day, 70, 80 miles a day. I mean, I carpooled as well. But the point is, I put it together, man. Me and several other iron workers. We put that together, man. Along with carpenters, laborers, plumbers, electricians, a whole host of, you know, operators, the whole cast of characters that are usually present at a construction site. So don't tell me about building, man. I'm talking about this building or this series of buildings, this plant, those silos. So those are like the two biggest silos that exist on this site. Those silos went up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until they were done. They started off with like gauge 15, 16 rebar that had to be rotated and constantly fed in to the slip form, which was pouring concrete nonstop. Again, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop. They had 2 shifts of iron workers and laborers and, you know, cement masons and, you know, just the whole cast of characters, the operators that had to help contribute to this process. Carpenters, working with the wood, making sure that, you know, the slip form stayed in form. But, I mean, we worked 2 shifts, 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It was a lot of money, man. Good money. Good money, man. And it was a lot of, you know, camaraderie. You know, it took a lot of effort and energy to make it happen, okay? And it ended up, you know, being something we could look at. Now, the silos themselves, like, just the erection of them, vertically, it took like maybe about 3 weeks for each, silos or whatever. Because it was more than 2 silos. I think it's about like all together, it's like maybe 8 silos. Okay? But after the silos were put up, then we had to do post-tensioning work on the silos. That shit took a year. But why do I even have to say anything about this? Because if you're not in a building trade, why are you talking to me about building something, man? That's all I'm asking, man. Why? If you've never built anything yourself, why are you talking to me about building, man? Why? And shout out to Kalan, man. Shout out for the cash out. Shout out to him, man. So anyway, this is gonna be a little bit highbrow, a little bit artistic or whatever the case may be. I'm about to make a presentation that shows, like, why do I even have to talk about this anyway? Why is this even necessary anyway? Why do I have to have a discussion about edifying or building anything anyway? So anyway, man, here's look, let me get into this, man. It's gonna take about 15 to 20 minutes for me to go through it. But I figured, okay, let me just give a practical, abstract presentation on why every trade, whether they produce something tangible or whether their contribution is intangible, is meaningful, okay? So let's just get right into it, man. Okay, now, all I'm asking you to do is, man, something real simple, man. Just, it's real simple, man. Just look around you, bro. Look around you, bro. A diverse tapestry of professions forms the foundation of our society. But not all threads in the tapestry are considered to be equal. Some are celebrated as builders. Others are dismissed as, quote, useless, unquote. But who gets to decide this value? Who does, man? You know who I am, man. I'm GG, and we're going to examine a perspective that favors professions that only produce tangible outcomes, such as construction workers, or more metaphorically speaking, business owners, over other professions like teacher, academician, who are seen often as contributing less tangibly to society, okay? And again, going back to this truck driver versus academician thing, right? So the viewpoint is odd, though, because it often comes from within the service industry itself. For instance, from truck drivers or videographers or who God knows who, right? And they see value in businesses that produce visible results, but they question the value of professions like academicians, deeming their contributions less significant or even, quote, useless, unquote. So in this video, I'm going to examine why some professions might be perceived as less valuable, particularly by those within the service industry. But we'll delve into the tangible and intangible, contributions that all professions, including those dismissed as, quote, useless, unquote, bring to our society, okay? And the reason why is because you can't overlook the complex, interconnected fabric of societal contribution. So then this begs the question, does a tangible outcome by itself define value? Let's dismantle this argument and build a more nuanced understanding together. So the tangible outcomes of human effort they're everywhere, right? You got city skylines shaped by builders to, businesses where people hustle and bustle to get to, and They churn out products, and these are the physical evidences of productivity. And there's an inherent, quote, value, unquote, attached to these visible manifestations. A value that some believe is the measure of a profession's worth. So if you take a minute to look at a carpenter working on a piece of wood or meticulously crafting, something to fit in with something else on a construction site, or an iron worker fearlessly shaping the skeleton of a future skyscraper. Their satisfaction stems not just from the act of creation, but also from the tangible outcome, a piece of the world that they are able to physically shape. And the same can be said, maybe perhaps, about business owners. They too are seen as valuable, quote, builders, unquote, within this perspective, because their ventures, while not always resulting in physical structures, lead to tangible outcomes. For example, products, services, jobs. And these visible results are seen as an affirmation of their contribution and of their worth. However, this lens often reduces the perceived value of certain professions, right? For instance, service industry workers like truck drivers might question the worth of academicians. Why? Because in their minds, they drive the economy, literally and metaphorically, supporting the builders and businesses. But a dissertation, a lecture, a research paper, these intangible outputs may not hold the same apparent value to them. But then the question is, well, where does that leave professions like teachers or lawyers or scientists, whose contributions to society are immeasurable, but they're often intangible? Can we truly measure their worth only by the tangibility of their outputs? Okay, so the argument, to me, as far as I'm concerned, presents a dichotomy: tangible versus intangible, physical versus intellectual, builder versus thinker. It's a viewpoint, as far as I'm concerned, that only holds water until you scratch beneath the surface. And when you delve deeper, you have to ask yourself, what does this perspective imply about our society, and what does it miss? Okay? What does it actually miss? So, again, our society is a vibrant mosaic of professions, each with its own unique role and value. You have builders, service providers, academicians, artists. Okay? Every one of these professions contributes to the complex system we call society. And to truly understand their worth, we need to acknowledge the profound interdependence among them. Take, for instance, a simple example: making a book. Okay? The creation and dissemination of a book, man, it involves an author who has to write it, a publisher who has to produce it, a truck driver who delivers it, and even a teacher who might incorporate it into a lesson. And then, well, what about a construction team or the construction of a building? It's not just about laying bricks. It's not just about installing plumbing. It's actually an orchestra or a symphony of professionals. You got architects, engineers, construction workers, electricians, plumbers, lawyers, iron workers, business owners, a whole bunch of people, each playing their part. Safety workers, just like this guy is here, okay? And also, what about service workers? They're essential links in this chain of interdependence. You got truck drivers who are service workers, okay? They transport goods. You got sanitation workers. They ensure cleanliness. You got safety workers who keep people safe, like firemen, like you see here, okay? You have nurses and medical professionals who do their best to try to keep people healthy or to help, ameliorate the condition of the sick, right? Service workers, they support and enable other professions. But what about academicians? They may not produce tangible goods, but they also play a vital role in our culture. They generate and disseminate knowledge. They often fuel innovation in terms of public policy and in science. They train future generations in a variety of different ways. They influence policy making and so on and so forth. So their contribution also permeates every aspect of society. Which, getting back to it, man. It's clear that the argument that presents this dichotomy, builders versus non-builders, is an oversimplification, right, of the complex interplay of professions and the interdependence and the inter-reliance they have on each other. And also, the value of a profession can't be measured solely by something tangible. It's about the role it plays in the grand orchestra of societal functions. So in this orchestra, every profession is an instrument. Some play the melody, some the harmony, others the rhythm. Alone, they create sounds, but together they create music. And this harmony is crucial for the smooth functioning of our society. So, as we explore the interconnected web of professions, we start to see that each role, each thread, however visible or invisible its contribution might be, holds the fabric of our society together. Okay? It's just what it is. Now, value. It's a concept as old as civilization itself. But what is value? And more importantly, who gets to define it? This reminds me of a market, right? In the marketplace of professions, value is often mistaken for the price of something or a wage paid to a person who's doing something. But value in and of itself is far more complex and subjective than that. Value is a blend of utility, scarcity, and personal and societal significance. Consider the builder professions again, okay? Yes, their work results in physical outputs, easily recognized, easily measured. But does that inherently make their work more valuable? And this reminds me again, right? There are the thinkers, the creators, the safety workers, the healers, okay? Academicians, artists, mental health professionals. Their work yields intangible outcomes, but they're valuable nonetheless. Knowledge, ideas, well-being. These are not things you can actually touch or measure in a conventional sense, but does that make them any less valuable? That's a question you gotta ask yourself, man. I can't answer it for you, okay? The core problem here lies in equating value with tangibility. The value of a profession can not and should not be defined solely by its physical output. Okay? Every profession exists because it fulfills a need. It solves a problem, or it serves a purpose. The value of a profession is defined by its role in society its contribution to the welfare and advancement of people and communities. So in this clip, you can see people who are providing service. This is valuable, but the results aren't necessarily tangible. Okay? So again, when we talk about the value of a profession, we should remember that it is to some degree subjective. What's valuable to one person or society might not be valuable to another, and that's okay. The beauty of our diverse world is that there's room for all kinds of different value and all different kinds of contributions. Okay? Every profession is a thread in the intricate tapestry of our society. Builders, service workers, attorneys, academicians, they each contribute in their own way. Each has its own unique value. Okay? Now, I'm about to reach the end of this because I'm about tired of doing it, but it's time to address the elephant in the room, man. The builders versus non-builders argument is not just oversimplified, it's also hypocritical. And why? Because many of the people who are making this argument often themselves belong to professions that exist outside of the building trades. They may be service industry workers, such as truck drivers or sanitation workers or even business owners. Okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. These professions do not produce tangible products in the same way that a carpenter does or that an iron worker does. They do not build in the traditional sense, but they do form an essential part of our societal machine. And again, so do academicians, attorneys, and other so-called non-builders. They too fulfill essential roles in our society, even though their work doesn't always result in a physical product. And this brings us to the broader perspective. The idea of building needs to be redefined, as far as I'm concerned. In a society as complex and interdependent as ours, building is not just about physical construction. Okay? Academicians build knowledge, lawyers build justice, doctors build health, artists build cultures, and yes, truck drivers, sanitation workers, business persons, they build the infrastructure that supports all the other builders. We're all builders in our own unique ways. We all contribute to building a better culture if we're working, and a better future. This is the broader perspective we all need to really actually embrace. Now, it's time to move past oversimplified arguments and embrace the diversity and interdependence of all of our professions. It's time to recognize and respect the unique value each profession brings to the society or the table, so to speak. Okay? Again, at the end of the day, we're all part of the same endeavor. We're trying to build a society that's better, that's more fair, that's more prosperous, and that's more inclusive. That's the true essence of building. Now I'm about to wrap this shit up, right? All I want to say is every profession matters. Every contribution counts. The world needs a diversity of people doing a diversity of things, builders and non-builders alike. But before I go though, I do want to say this. We've dissected the builders versus non-builders argument. We've examined its flaws. I've unveiled some of its hypocrisies, especially coming from people who don't really build shit. Okay? But we've seen how every profession, regardless of whether it creates physical products or not, has a crucial role in our culture. We've learned the value is subjective and it's not just tied to tangibility. Okay? Again, there's this interconnection thing going on. We've acknowledged that the intricate interdependence of professions obtains, and we realize that no profession can function in isolation. Even a construction worker, an iron worker can't work without carpenters and can't work without cement masons or laborers and operators. They're all interdependent, man. Okay? So we also discovered some fallacies in the builder, non-builder argument, fallacies that upon closer inspection reveal a lack of understanding and appreciation of the complexities of our professional ecosystem. So one of the things, again, is oversimplification. That's a fallacy. It reduces the complex interplay of professions and their contributions to this binary distinction, builders versus non-builders. But the world is more complex than that. And next, you got a false equivalency. We have something, that's incorrectly stated when you equate the value of a profession only with the tangible output and you disregard the essential contributions of professions whose output is intangible. Okay? And we can conclude that every profession, be it traditional, okay, be it perceived as a builder or non-builder, contributes significantly to the complex tapestry of our society. Each thread is necessary, each thread adds value. And as we navigate our diverse professional landscape, let's strive to respect and appreciate each profession for its unique contribution. Let's debunk oversimplified arguments that sow division and instead celebrate the strength of our interconnectedness. Because in the end, I said, we're all builders in this grand society, every one of us. And together, we can weave a future that values and respects every thread. Anyway, man, that's it for that. And I'm about to do a quick commercial, and I'm gonna come back and see if you got any questions. If you got any questions, I will answer them. If not, I'm out, man. But we're going on a quick commercial break really fast. All right, man, I'm back, man. Look, the only reason I did this was because I'm just tired of hearing motherfuckers say, and I'm about to, like I said before, I'm gonna come back with some ignorant shit. I'm tired of motherfuckers telling me to demonstrate that I built anything. Why the fuck should I have to demonstrate to you I built any goddamn thing, what the fuck soever anyway? I told you I was gonna be profane when I came back. I said first I was gonna do something highbrow, but then after having done what was highbrow, I was gonna get into some nigga shit, okay? So now I'm on the nigga shit. Stop telling me to build shit if you don't build shit your goddamn self or you haven't built anything your goddamn self. I don't wanna hear it, man. I just don't, man. I'm tired of hearing it. Now I told you I was gonna be highbrow initially, but now I'm into the ignorant shit. I'm just tired of guys asking me to demonstrate that I built, like, first of all, I already showed you before I even started the presentation. I am an iron worker by trade. That's what my trade is. Don't tell me to build shit unless you can actually point to you building some shit. Because if we're going to use the argument that only tangible products or valuable, then I'm gonna start asking questions. What the fuck do you produce? What do you make? What are you putting together? I'm asking. And it's true, like, so I see the guy said the labor market determines the value of your labor. Yes and no. Yes and no. At the end of the day, one can argue scarcity as opposed to skills or the labor market itself. Like, scarcity is one part of the labor market value. Okay? Skill is another. Expertise, skill is another. But I can guarantee you this, if it's the case that there's a shortage of any, like, somebody who knows how to fix your tires in any area, that shit's gonna become more valuable. It's a service job, not hard to do, but if there's nobody there to do it, then you're gonna pay the motherfucker. He's gonna get paid. It is what it is. It is what it is. But the funny thing is, Slick Rick, Thomas Sowell is an intellectual, correct? He doesn't build anything. Like, what the fuck has he ever built? What the fuck has Thomas Sowell ever built in his life? Ever. With the manicured ass hands. I'm just saying, man. I'm just asking the question. I can show you some bridges I've actually fucking made. Literally show you. I can show you some shit I've made with my hands. Bridges. Kings Highway 40. I built it. Clayton, that bridge right here, this bridge right here, you see, Clayton. Let me make it a little bigger. Oakland, Clayton, that bridge, I built the motherfucker. Literally put my hands in it. I ain't built a Daniel Broom bridge. Gravois. But I've literally put my effort and energy into building. Literally. And the question is, how can the nerve of a motherfucker, and look, I think all the professions need to be, respected, and everybody, because even the smallest, minutest job or the job you feel is insignificant and anybody can do it, if ain't nobody doing it, your day is fucked up. That's right, that concrete does need reinforcement. I mean, the point, and I never, bro, look, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to articulate is this whole concept of I'm productive, you're not. I'm valuable, you're not. It's a bunch of fucking highbrow bullshit anyway. Real talk. It's some bullshit anyway. And again, I'll invite you up. If you want to holler at me and want to talk about it, you can. But what Black Wizard says, black men don't build is an unreasonable thing to say when dating an individual. I'm not even talking about women at this point, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even having a conversation about women, for real. This is not directed towards women at all. But I get the point, though. He says, could you imagine, yes, you're great, but black men don't build. I hope you can understand you're not worthy of my respect. So this is not really actually something coming from women. This shit coming from niggas in the manosphere. Shout out to D-Main who hit me up on the Cash App. This shit is coming from niggas in the manosphere. Oh, that shit you doing, really? There's no value in that. What you doing, it's non-productive. Who the fuck are you to tell me, like, what the fuck is productive or non-productive? I actually literally build bridges. Literally. When you get to a job site and you're building a bridge and there ain't shit there, the first thing you gotta do is you gotta build the footings for the motherfucking the girders and shit like that. That's the first thing you got to do. Then typically what else you gotta do is you gotta build columns for the footings and shit. Before you even start, so it's gonna be a whole bunch of rebar everywhere. Before they start putting in structural steel and shit, you're gonna have a whole bunch of fucking rebar there, and you gotta start building cages. Then you're gonna have operators there digging holes 50, 60 feet into the ground, 6 feet in diameter, maybe larger, so that those cages can go down in there so that you can make the footings for whatever bridge you're building. And it takes days and days and days and days to make cages, bro. I done been on sites, man, where we made cages every day for 10 hours a day for fucking, I don't know how long, man, for months and months and months, bro. Months. Just making cages for footings so we can make the footings and the moorings of these buildings or these structures. But I think it's insane too. He says, I don't know how in the hell this is a discussion. To build a building, skilled labor, you need the sciences, geology, and geometry and artistry to bring it to life. This is insane. But I don't think they're attacking people in construction trades. I don't think that's the case. But they're attacking people who are white collar workers or people like, for example, like myself, an academician. But don't get it twisted, because prior to being an academician, I was a fucking iron worker. After the cages get made, and then the people come in and they start making, you know, like they're putting in the footings and they start getting the structure together. Now it's time to start making, you know, the floor or start making mats and shit like that. I'm talking about packing steel. Day after day after day after day after fucking day, man. Tying rebar. Saddles with wraps. Right? Regular ties, snap ties, figure 8 ties, all different kinds of ties with the rebar to put this shit together. But I ain't trying to, look, I think everybody, even service workers, are valuable, man. Like, if you sick as a motherfucker, a nurse is gonna be very important to you, man. They don't make shit. They just help you to get healthy. Come on, Chukwu, man. Come, stop it, dude. Look, at the end of the day, man, don't hit us with a fucking lesson about labor and shit like this, bro. Look, I already done studied the history of economic thought, man, all the way from fucking Ricardo all the way up to goddamn, Adam Smith, bro. Like, I don't need a fucking lesson about the labor market of value, dog. I just don't, bro. All I'm trying to do is articulate the fact that if you don't build shit. Don't ask for me to provide evidence about my fucking worthiness to do a goddamn thing if you ain't never built shit your motherfucking self. That's what I'm saying. If you drive a truck, what the fuck are you building, bro? Not to be disrespectful, there's nothing wrong with truck driving. I think it's a valuable service, but it is not building shit. I'm sorry, you ain't building shit. I ain't saying there's something wrong with truck drivers at all. I'm not saying there's something wrong with fire safety workers, police officers. What does a fucking police officer build? What is a fire safety worker? What is the fuck does a fireman build? There's nothing tangible left after. There's nothing tangible left after. But you won't say, oh, that's not valuable. It is valuable. Service work is valuable work. But I'm saying there's other kinds of work other than the building trades that's valuable work. That's all I'm trying to articulate. It's not really a difficult argument to comprehend, man. I'm just ready to put it to rest. Especially coming from motherfuckers that it's hypocritical if you ain't built shit to tell me what's the evidence of me having built something. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Stop telling me to build shit. And then here's the other kicker though. Here's the other thing. Stop telling me to do shit for you that you ain't done for nobody else either. Stop that, man. Stop asking for evidence of some shit that you yourself haven't done at all. Like, stop asking for proof of things that you yourself haven't developed any evidence that you've done anything at all anyway. Stop that, man. Cut that out, bro. Stop doing that, man. You know how many times? Well, show me what you've done. Show me what the fuck you done. Stop asking for motherfuckers in the manosphere to provide proof or evidence that they done some shit for you when you ain't done shit for nobody in this motherfucker. Well, jobs. What jobs have you provided for anybody in the black manosphere? Show it. I want to see it. What skills you got that you gonna share with motherfuckers in the manosphere? Show me the skills, man. Show me the skills. All I want to do is see them. Show me the skills, man. People say, well, you know, we need to share resources. Show me what fucking resources you got. Show me the resources. What, you gonna start giving out money in this motherfucker? You gonna start giving, what, teaching classes? You gonna start teaching classes in this bitch? Then what kind of classes? What we gonna turn this shit like the black manosphere into Skillshare now? Huh? I'm just asking the question. So we doing Skillshare now, YouTube Skillshare. And if you ain't, look, the only resources that a motherfucker actually can bring to the table in a space like this is networks. I was talking to BGS about this shit the other day. What networks do you have? What networks do you have access to? When motherfuckers get networks, y'all call the shit the boule. The Illuminati or some shit. Niggas start developing networks, you call it the boule and the Illuminati. And look, I don't have a problem with motherfuckers sharing skills, But I mean, let's be frank and honest though. Let's just be honest about this. Like when I developed skills to do iron work or construction work, I was in an apprenticeship program in iron worker, local 396, bro, for 5 years, bro. It took 5 years to matriculate through that program. I can't teach those skills over the internet. It's not a cadre of skills that I could just teach people like I can make an argument in a classroom. I had to actually take you out to a construction site and show you how to do it. I can't theoretically tell you how to unload a truck and how to, we can go over crane signals, but you won't know how to use the crane signals or the operator signals. Boom up, hold the load. Boom down, hold the load. Raise it up, raise it down slowly. You won't load shit. How to unload a truck unless you actually unloading the truck. You don't know whether to use nylon cables, metal chokers, none of that shit. You don't know what to do until you're actually out there on the job site. You learn by actually doing, like with something like construction work. I'm pretty sure it's the same with fucking trucking. Can't teach a motherfucker how to truck online. You gotta take the dude out into a physical truck and teach him how to shift gears and how to, view angles and learn shit. Like some of it's abstract, but primarily most of it is practical. How you gonna share them type of skills online on YouTube, bro? Hey man, look, I'm not saying, did I say anything about service workers not having value? Didn't say service workers don't have value. I'm saying that the trades are interdependent. They're interconnected. That's the argument I'm making. That's the argument I'm making, that the trades are interdependent. I don't do concrete work, bro. But I know one thing, if somebody pouring concrete, I'm gonna be there. Cause if they pouring it over rebar, I'm gonna be there. I don't have to know what the fuck grade of the concrete is. I don't have to know that as an iron worker. The laborers have to know that and the cement masons have to know that. I don't have to know that. Not to say that I don't know anything about it at all. I'm just saying it's not a requirement that I know that if I'm an iron worker in a state that's like a union state. Like Missouri is a union state. It ain't a right to work state. But if I'm an iron worker on the site and some rebar is some concrete being poured over rebar, I gotta be there because if the rebar gets dislodged, it's not the laborer's job to put it back. It's my job to put it back as an iron worker to put it back. That's the only thing I'm saying. So look, at the end of the day, if nobody has anything to say, I'd have been going for almost an hour. I'm trying to cut this shit short. I ain't trying to be doing this shit all night. All I'm saying is, even service workers are important. What happens if nobody takes out the trash, bro? Nobody comes and picks up the trash. What if they just decide I'm not showing up today? What's up, Keep It? Fuck you being, nigga. So all I'm trying to say is, bro, stop telling me, like, because I'm giving you, like, intellectual information that, like, somehow I'm not giving you anything. Stop that, man. Cut that bullshit out, man. Cut it out, bro. Stop doing that, man. Stop doing it. Missouri is not a right to work state right now. If it is right now, it passed without me knowing. It could very well be, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but so my thing is shit. I don't even do iron work anymore. But at the time, shit. Now they got a referendum for what I understand is like try to repeal the shit. Cause I can guarantee you, man, like this is like, let me see how long ago it was. What's up, Marcus? What's happening?
What's going on, man?
All I can say is when I was doing iron work, man, like I'm talking about like in 2008, I think 2009. The prevailing journeyman wage for iron work was like $32 an hour. Which ain't a lot of money, but I mean for a young motherfucker that's like 18, 19, and he starts off, you know, like making 16 and then he builds up to 30, man, that ain't a bad job, man. Then you're getting like $3 an hour you get for pensions. $3 an hour goes to your health and your 401k shit, man. That's a lot of benefits, bro. So, but anyway, Marcus, what's cracking? Talk to me.
No, I'm just getting back home and all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I ain't been on, but I've been paying attention and listening to a lot that's been going on. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man.
You know, I knew this video was coming because we spoke on it, but you know, it's just you know, it's just been interesting. I will be offering my views and opinions on the things that have been transpiring in this conversation soon enough. It will be this week. It's just very interesting, man. You know what I mean? And you know, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, my only subject today was to call out the hypocrisy and people saying, show me what you built. You ain't building nothing. You just talking. I'm like, well, what are you doing? Like, what do you do for a living, bro? Like, what is it that you do?
I mean, like I said, man, all I tell people to do is, you know, if you are talking it, show us the walk. I can definitely do that. You understand what I'm saying? I know how it is that you move. I know how it is that the doctors move. You understand what I'm saying? Like we all walk it like we talk it. You understand what I'm saying? Like we all walk it like we talk it. I just, you know, again, I just want to see dudes put out the stuff where they're saying they're doing the thing that they say that they do or that they're telling us to do. That's all I'm saying. I've said it already. You know, I've said that much already.
But okay, so I'm gonna tell you what it is. Mm-hmm. In philosophy, we call this a meta conversation.
Right. Absolutely.
It's a meta. It's not really a conversation about anything substantive. It's a conversation about a conversation.
Right. Mm-hmm. I know. Yeah, I know all day about those.
And look, I don't have a problem with meta conversations, but then the question is, like, how valuable is a meta conversation if it goes on forever? Especially if the meta conversation is about doing tangible things.
Right.
Like, I mean, like, then you're not engaged in anything tangible. You're not having a tangible conversation. Like, this is what fucks me up. Okay, so this is how it comes, right? You say I'm crying. Let's say I'm crying like a motherfucker. Let's say I am crying. And then you start crying about me crying.
Right.
That's just two motherfuckers crying.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? It's just two motherfuckers crying, bro. You crying about me crying.
Right. Why are you crying about that?
Why are you crying, nigga?
Why you complaining? You can't be complaining. I'm sick of your complaining. I hate when you complain. I'm just sick and tired of your complaining ass complaining. You need to stop complaining. I'm sick of your complaining.
Complaining is weak.
Yeah, you're complaining. You keep on complaining.
And I got a complaint. What is it? You complaining.
Right.
It's like, come on, man, cut the fucking bullshit.
Right.
Look, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with meta conversations at all, to some degree.
Nah, I hate them.
But if they continue, if they continue and you can't provide anything other than, your complaint about a complaint, then it just continues to go. It's like the bus that goes, the reels on the bus go round and round.
Anybody who follows me on Facebook knows that I call out meta conversations all the time. All the time. Even right now, there's current posts on my page where I'm calling out meta conversations.
And look, to Brian Von Stays, he asked, ultimately he asked this question, like, what kind of plant is that? It's a concrete plant. That plant that I put up is a concrete plant. It's called Wholesome Concrete. It arguably is the largest concrete plant in Northern America. And I used to work for a company called McCarthy Construction. And we spent like years working on that concrete plant. Okay? So I can point to things that I've actually built and say, I built that. I remember like the time I spent actually putting rebar into those silos. And then after they went up and we took like a week break or whatever, we came back and we had to start putting post-tensioning rods inside of the silos. I remember that. And that took like months and months and months. This shit wasn't something that just happened immediately. We had to, put tubes, metal tubing inside of the holes that were left, well, I think the tubing went in as we were doing the slip form. But like we had to shoot the post-tensioning cables with some machine. I can't remember what the fucking machine was, but we had to shoot the fucking cables in. And after we shot the cables in, we had to cut them and put heads on them. After we cut them and put heads on them, we had to use some hydraulic, press to pull it and, to actually put tension on the cables. Then we had to, wait and be, present for concrete being poured inside of the cables and shit like that. That shit took forever, dude. I'm talking about it took forever. And we had to do it on swinging stages. Stories high in the fucking air and shit. Like, god damn. Some days I hated going to work because I don't like height. But I was like, fuck it, I like money though. I like bread, so let me go ahead and get to it. But at the end of the day, man, the only thing I'm saying is, man, stop. I'm tired of guys telling me what I need to be doing in this space or any other space. Stop telling me what I need to do and start doing something yourself. I think you're right about that. Start providing value yourself. And stop demanding that other men provide value according to your dictates or the terms that you've established.
Well, my question would be this. Which men are you talking about? And not you. I'm talking about anyone who's saying these things, because I tend to hear the description of what's being done here tied to one or two people. Every time I hear a video or I hear someone speaking about the space, they start listing the beliefs and opinions and points of view of one or two people. And then they say, well, this is what the space is about. And this is coming from people who have admittedly said that they don't listen to shit or they don't watch shit. You can't give an accurate analysis on shit from a position of ignorance. You can't. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, y'all know me. I do the laugh, clown, joke shit, but you know, I'm back and I will be challenging some of this shit that I've been hearing over the past week. You know what I mean? I ain't been around. I've been playing with cameras and lenses and lights and shit, but I'm back. So I want anyone, to tell me I'm a dude that don't got skills or resources, or that I look the trauma bond, which that term is being used incorrectly. I'll get into that later. You know what I'm saying?
You want to hit all that? Look, let me say this. I'm gonna do a show about that as well. So if you want to do it together, we can. I don't care if it's on my channel or yours, but your channel ain't monetized right now, is it?
No, it's not. But I plan on having a one-on-one, probably coming up this Wednesday. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So you know that's what it is.
But okay, so look, let me see. He says, how high up were you and how wide were the beams you had to walk on? Bro, it all depends. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like on them slip forms. So let me show you these slip forms, man. Let me show you if I can find this shit, bro. Wholesome concrete silos. Missouri. Let me make sure I'm looking at the one in Missouri. Excuse me. Images. Okay, so this is an aerial picture. It's kind of small, but let me show this shit. Present, share the screen. Wholesome Concrete, Missouri. Okay, it's relatively. It's an aerial view. Okay, so you see this one is kind of large. I mean, it's bigger than some of the other ones, okay? Let me try to. So, you see them two big silos right there?
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I would have to do is I would have to get up. We have to go to the top of the silo itself. So the beams would probably be like maybe 14 to 16 inches wide, okay? We have to get up on the slip form itself on the top. And because we have to make sure our rigging is secure, and we're the only ones that can make sure it's secure. Like nobody can do it for you. You got to go up there and make sure your rigging is secure, okay? Before you get on the swinging stage for the day. So you get on the stage after that, and you know, it all depends. That I would say that the height of those two silos reaches maybe about, 270, I think 280 feet. Which is like maybe how many stories? Shit. 20 stories maybe? Some shit like that. But I mean, you know, after you get used to it, it is what it is. You're on a swinging stage, it is what it is. Let me see if I can find swinging stages. So that's like what the swinging stage is like. You see that? And those are post-tensioning cables. Those are what the post-tensioning cables look like. Okay? And they have heads on them. The heads are like, you got to put heads on each side because that's what the device actually, connects to, and it allows it to pull the rods through or the cables through. But I mean, that shit took forever, dude. Like, I mean, the process is long as hell. There you go. There's the machine. See that machine there? That's what actually pulls the cables, and that's the rigging that is hooked onto. And they ain't showing no workers, but that's kind of like how you do it, man. And yeah, it's up high. It is what it is. Got to do it. Got to get it in.
Yeah, man. So
Yeah, but anyway, man, look, I ain't gonna hold nobody back, man. Look, all I wanted to do was do a show and tell guys, man, please, man, stop telling people, man, that they need to build shit. Stop telling men that, better yet, man, stop complaining about niggas complaining, bro. Stop it, man. I'm not saying you can't do it, but like, I mean, at some point you got to say to yourself, like, where all it is calling niggas bitches is what it is.
But but who's complaining?
Niggas are complaining. No, I mean, niggas got shit to complain about.
No, I understand that we got shit to complain about, but I need to know who, because this is the reason. And when I say who's complaining, that's not to say nobody, but the statement is being made that this is a room full of dudes. When I say a room, I mean the space itself, as if everyone got a complaint, like everybody's complaining, right? So on the one hand, you know, I told Cass, I said, listen, yeah, this dude's in here complaining. What are they complaints, right? And are they valid? That's number one. But let's identify the complainers. I need names called. Right? Let's call names.
They're gonna say we complain. They're gonna say that like they're gonna say Green Gorilla complaining.
Nah, they ain't gonna tell you. No. See, this is the problem that I have with some of these guys, right? They'll say you good. They'll say I'm good, right? Well, but then they'll say the space is full of complainers, right? Well, we in the space. So I need to know, but then they speak in the context of this is a complaining space. So I need to know who are the complainers.
Well, here's my view about it, right? At least this is how I perceive it, right? At least now, guys are becoming aware that they do actually have something to complain about. Because prior to that, they weren't even acknowledging the fact that something wrong was happening, or that they were even being subjected to any kind of injustice whatsoever.
They're still doing that.
Like I can't say. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is generally in the manosphere, motherfuckers are coming to the awareness that there's some things that are awry and how they're being treated. Okay,
right.
At least they're acknowledging that. Okay, now to say there's a thin line between, you know, like understanding that there's something awry and then kind of like being seated in like tears and shit related to it. I mean, you know, look, all I can say is, bro, it's a lot of dudes, man, that have a lot of shit that's going awry in their lives, fucking around, not just with women, but just in this culture in general.
Facts. But I want to know which content creator is on YouTube saying, "Oh man, look what the women are doing to us." Like I want to know that channel. It ain't you. It ain't me. I want to know who these guys are. You understand what I'm saying? Like, who are the complaining guys? Like, what channel can I go to? You know what I mean? Where I'm gonna listen and hear dudes cry or whine about what women are doing to us, or where we telling stories of, oh man, you won't believe what this bitch did to me. Like, what channel is this? I need to know. Call out names. We're at the point where names can be called. Let's call out names.
Well,
you understand? Not you, but you understand.
I understand. So here I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
Right.
So here's the argument, right? You're coming from a position of weakness and you're not speaking power into men.
Right.
You're speaking, you're having men identify with what they don't have control over, as opposed to having men understand and be aware of what they have control over. And so that's pretty much like the way that it's presented. So it's like, I see a bunch of men who feel like they don't have any control or any power when you do have control and power. And that, you know, I come from an environment where men are like not being subjected to any kind of injustice because they won't allow it or permit it. But you guys, you know, you like everywhere you look and turn, there's something happening to you instead of you doing something with your agency. You get what I'm saying? So that's the argument. The argument is Why are you still talking about these hoes?
No. See, there's a difference. See, okay, talking about the hoes is different from saying that you're either complaining or talking victim shit, right? So, because talking about women is a big ass umbrella of different conversations. Agreed? So you could talk. You could talk. No. When I say that, I mean the statement "talk about women," quote unquote. Y'all talking about hoes. You could be talking about that was a bad bitch. That ain't complaining. I want to know where the dudes are complaining about the victimhood, like situation. Like I want to know. Like again, this isn't me saying
Okay, so
it's
okay,
not
here's an
happening.
example. Okay,
This
here's
is
an
me
example.
saying,
Here,
yo,
here,
name the name
here,
name them.
here would be an example. What's up? What's up, Fuller? How you doing? Mr. Fuller, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
You're the guy who's in the Navy, correct?
I'm retired now.
What's going on, man? You're the officer in the. I remember you. I
Yes, sir.
recall. So
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So let me just say this, right? Look,
Uh-huh.
here's an example of, and this is just for Marcus. So the example could be like, men are just as much susceptible to being a prey in terms of being predated as it pertains to domestic violence or sexual assault as women.
Understood.
And so that's like saying that men are victims, and that's a position of vulnerability and weakness as opposed to you taking control and going out there and doing something. You're just saying that men are victims, and so there's something wrong happening to you instead of you exercising agency.
Well, that's the context for people to like to use. I mean, at the end of the day, being aware of what's happening and using that awareness to navigate is something else. And I know you agree with that. I understand. Listen, I understand 100,000% the arguments that are being made. But in the next few conversations that I'm going to have with certain people, I'm going to challenge them on those arguments. Because you got to stand on it and say names. Like we talk about we men, manly men, right? So say names. I want to hear motherfuckers say names to me on a stream directly, right? Say names. Because when you talk about the space, you're talking about a lot of different people with a lot of different points of view. So if you disagree with someone in the space's point of view, then talk about that person. But don't put that on everybody, because everybody don't look at, we have agreements and then we have different points of view. There are places where our views align and there are places where our views disalign. But you can't pick the worst parts of what you think the space is and then broad stroke that shit on everybody, right? So I'm going to challenge motherfuckers on their opinions. I'm going to challenge it. And that shit better stand up and that shit better hold water.
Yeah, look, I get it, man.
You understand what I'm saying? Because they're ready to talk to me. And I'm gonna put the full court press on it. No, ain't gonna be no disrespect, no names, no insults, but I'm gonna suck the air out the room, my nigga, because you got to stand on what you saying and it got to make sense.
Hey, I heard you, Marcus, when I first came on. You said something to you can correct me if I'm wrong, man, because I'm just summarizing because I don't think I got it. I was actually on. I was multitasking, but I thought I heard you say, no one can say you're not skilled or you don't have, certain abilities. What did you say in that regard? Okay. Yeah, you said resources too, right?
Yeah. That's the term being used, skills and resources, right?
Okay. All right. You know what? Now I know the host is, even by his name, he's got PhD there. I've got a PhD from USC. And I would dare to say that none of us can really claim that. That statement that you just made. Could you repeat that statement? That
No, I said I would like, because my name is associated with the quote unquote black manosphere, right?
Okay.
So I would like someone to challenge me on my, lack thereof of skills and resources. Like anybody who would say
okay,
that I don't have, that I lack one or the other. Not you per se, but I'm just saying in general, because I'm hearing the term being thrown around.
No, what I'm going to challenge. I'm going to challenge you with that.
Okay,
and I'm going to say that you do lack them.
Okay,
you lack them. The host lacks them. I lack them, and every African American male in the country lacks them, because we failed to unify. Everyone else, the bottom line is, this is not an individual sport. Every other ethnic group in the United States, they combine their resources, right? They combine their resources. They combine the things that they have, whether they have intellectual capital, actual financial capital. They combine their living conditions if they need to, in order to build something as a community. I would dare to say that no matter how successful you are as an individual, because we as a whole fail to unify and come together to change our situation collectively, then none of us meet those criteria that you just mentioned.
So let me just point out that that's not the context being used by the detractors.
Okay.
So let's do that, because when we had these conversations, I don't like to hop the fences on context. Okay, I understand the point that you're trying to make to a degree, but understand at the end of the day, like, I would go as far as to say, again, like, context is key. If I'm going to say skills, that's not necessarily a collective thing. I do have skills. You have skills. Gigi has skills. Ability to unify is apart from that. So yeah, you can have individual skills, because there's members of our collective group that don't have skills and don't have resources, and that's not your failure or G's failure or my failure. Understand that there has been a collective effort to prevent our unification also, and that's a strong effort.
Yeah,
that has been made. So in order to combat that, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's a different conversation.
All right,
but
right.
the context is individual skills and resources.
I get it. Look, so his point is like Marcus Aurelius's point is this, I think, because the claim is that it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers in the black manosphere that are crying. These men don't have skills. They don't have resources. That's one of the reasons that they're crying. And they're not exemplifying manhood, the extent to which all they do is cry without garnering more and more skills and acquiring more and more resources, which, I guess arguably would start making women act right.
Right. Right.
That's kind of like, to me, I don't know where else the argument can go other than to say, but I think that the guys get this wrong insofar as, like, and this is something BGS also, mentioned, man. It's like the guys here already got the money. They already have the education and the resources. They already have, the status of so-called being high value. You got guys who are making 100K and shit plus, but they just don't have women that they perceive to be suitable for them. Mm-hmm. You can call it the Kevin Samuels problem. You can call it whatever problem you want to have. Now, I'm not saying that I'm one of these super duper high value guys. I personally don't give a fuck. That's just my opinion about it. Like, I personally don't care. Okay? Mm-hmm. If I did care, like, I wouldn't have got into philosophy. That's for damn sure. I would have been an attorney. And I had the opportunity to go to law school. I just turned it down. I didn't want to. Okay? Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I do think that there's something to be said about this idea, because I kind of have said to my listeners and to other men, like, you got to demonstrate to me, like, if you are one of the guys talking about skills and resources, you got to demonstrate to me how you are uniquely positioned in this culture to be in the top 1% of wage earners or income, earners annually. And I'm not saying that there are no guys here who are not in that bracket, but come on, man, like the number of men who are is got to be small. It can't be large.
Right.
Okay, and the reason why is, look, okay,
So what's the 1% bracket for individual?
Let me share. I'm going to share the screen. So this was shared with me. Okay. Sauchi, I think, was the brother who. Let me make sure I got his name absolutely correct. Okay. Let me make sure I got his name absolutely correct. I don't want to misquote or misstate this brother's name in any way. Sauchi. Okay. So you can see this, right? Is this visible?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the number of tax returns that have been filed this is 2020, okay? Filing year 2021, okay?
Right.
The number of total tax returns that were actually filed in the U.S. So, it's about roughly 300 million people in the U.S., right?
157 million, that's what it looks like.
Right. So only 157 million people actually filed tax returns.
Right.
Okay. Now, the number of returns, right, for the 0.001%, meaning the highest of earners, right? About 300 mil, right? This is gross income. This ain't net, but it's gross income.
Right.
Okay. Is, like annual gross income cutoff, 77. Okay. Now, 0.01 is you only got 15,749, and the cutoff, adjusted gross income is 14 mil. Okay,
that's some good paper. Yeah,
boy, ain't it? Yeah. So we ain't even in the 1%. We talking about like percentages of the 1%. Okay, 0.1%. 157,000 out of 300 million people, right? 2 million, okay? Right. Then you start to get to the 1%, and you're talking about the number of returns, 0.5 million, okay? 1.5, okay? 500,000, let's round it off. 2%, you got 300 million in them, okay? 366,000, okay?
Well, 3 million of them, yeah.
That's what I meant to say. Sorry. 3%, 4 million of them. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody in the black manosphere by any stretch of the imagination. But my guess is that the larger share of men who are here aren't making $400,000 a year, man. Now, I'm not. It could be the case that some guys are. I'm not saying that there aren't any, because I'm pretty sure there might be a few, but it can't be the overwhelming majority.
Right.
If we going by like statistics. Yeah. And like just looking at where the averages are going to fall. Okay. Now, just go, let's skip the 10%, top 10 percentile, right? That could be considered the high value man, but actually it's 20%, right? Of the people in the U.S., right? 31 million, okay, 100 G's.
Right.
If you there, man, God bless you, man. I want you to be there. Like, why would I not want black men to be here?
Right.
I want you to be here.
Really, that's not any money. That doesn't go
not
far.
Anymore, but not anymore.
That doesn't go far, man, in today's economy.
Not anymore. But here's the thing, right? Most brothers are going to fall in here between 70,000 and 40,000, bro. That's going to be the average range of where brothers, or even below that. God forbid, like they're somewhere at 20,000 or some shit like that. Okay?
Right.
Or 30,000, because you scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? But the whole point is, this is where most motherfuckers are at.
Right.
Now you already, this is not even adjusted for race.
Oh yeah.
This is just the numbers.
Yeah.
These are the stats of America.
That's everything.
The larger share of persons are making this amount of money, man.
Individual returns, yeah.
Okay? So then the question is, Why are people being called less than manly for not being like high up in the upper strata of this, man?
And you're referring to black women having that perspective regarding black
Well,
women.
it's also black
No.
men getting their perspective from black women. Understand, we
Okay.
are raised by these bitches, and we share their worldview. Their worldview is ours. I've been saying this shit from fucking jump. All these dudes, all these simp niggas that say this shit, they see themselves and other black men through the eyes of black women.
Right.
Look, and let me just say this. So the thing is, right, and this is one thing the Sandog has been trying to talk about, and I'm pretty sure all of the investors out there also understand and are very much aware of this. It's not how much money you're making. Mm-hmm. It never really actually has been about where you sit in terms of your age, your annual gross income. It's about how much money you're able to save.
Right.
And how long you're able to save it. Like, when do you start? Like, starting in your 30s, it's fucking too late. Not to say, I mean, it's never too late, okay? It's never too late, okay? But the point is, there is a time value associated with money.
Right, absolutely.
And compound interest is a motherfucker.
There's the word right there.
It is a motherfucker. Now, it just so happens that the vast majority of men, black men in general, we don't have a culture that's centered around investing over a long period of time.
Right.
We have a culture that likes shiny shit.
And guess what? That's again goes right back to what I said a second ago.
The bitches.
The bitches. J. Rue the Damager. The bitches.
But I mean, like Puff Daddy and the shiny suit man, and like my chain, my watch, my cars, my clothes.
Ice.
Like, who gives a single solitary fuck about that shit? This is why I used to love. This is why I loved Public Enemy back in the day. They was like, "Fuck it, I'm wearing a stopwatch." Why? Because I know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't about niggas. These cats out here, man. They're going out and buying watches that are already valuable and fucking doing aftermarket shit to the watches, which depreciates the value of it because they want shiny shit in it.
Hey G, you see what? Let me explain and to you, Mike, if I can call you Mike.
Go ahead. Yeah.
What's happening right now in this moment is information and education. Now, part of the conversation is us realizing where this mentality comes from. Okay? This is not bitching. This is not complaining. This is not victimhood. This is information and this is education. And with this information, one can decide to change one's worldview, an outlook, and behavior. And that's what this space is here for. Okay? Once you get skills and resources, you have to know what to do with them and what the environment and culture is demanding that you do with those things that is contrary to the direction you would prefer to go in. This is information and this is education coming from men who may be older than you and have navigated this space with skills and resources that understand that without guys like us, you ain't getting this information anywhere else. Okay? You ain't getting it nowhere else. Now clip that and throw it somewhere for anybody that needs to hear it. Because these niggas is hoes, nigga.
Well,
you understand what I'm saying?
I feel what you're saying. Like, and look, I'll be the first one to say, look, come on, bro. Like, at the end of the day, look, I want black men to be successful. Uber successful. Like, anything you want from the world, I want you to be able to have it. Because I'm not a hating ass nigga. Okay? I'm not going to be like, the nigga from I think I was talking about this belly and shit. You know, the motherfucker from Kane from Minister Society and shit.
We spoke on, yeah.
You know, with the perm eating the banana, like I don't like that shit. I don't like them motherfuckers right there. I think I'm gonna have to drop a dime. I'm gonna have to put an end to these motherfuckers making money. Come on, man, I want you to make money. The only thing I'm also interested in this, not just the guys making a shit ton of money, but also guys who are pushed to the periphery because of systemic injustices, bro. Now, I'm not saying it like I'm making excuses for people, you know, just lying down and you know, like not doing anything. This is not a conversation about lethargy and indolence. This is a conversation about, okay, let's say, for example, your name is Jerome and you apply for the job as a consultant with AG, you know, Edward Anderson or some shit like that. Okay? Because your name is Jerome, or if it's Raekwon or Daquan, whatever the fuck it might be, because your mama, you know, named you that shit.
New York shit.
You might have a problem actually being interviewed for the job, because if that's an indicator to them that you're a Negro.
Right.
And they often don't look at those applications. Now, to say, okay, well, that's crime. No, that's a reality, man. And you need to be aware of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a reality. I mean, you know, the thing is, it really doesn't matter if you have my name, you know, that seems like, you know, just a standard name, no ethnic connotations behind it. When you get into corporate America, and I can attest to this, extremely discriminatory, extremely racist, especially in the field that I'm in, which I think I told you before when I was on your show. I'm a nuclear engineer, so
yeah, I can imagine that that's some bullshit.
Being in the field that I'm in, it's just, you see stuff that's just in corporate. I'm talking about in corporate America, where these nuclear power plants operate with autonomy. And there's not a lot of people who know what's going on with the nuclear industry, and they're built in these little small rural towns, in America. Now, the ones out on the coast, East and West Coast, may be a little different, but not that much different. The fact is that, you know, what goes on there is this extreme amount of nepotism, cronyism, and systemic discrimination. So,
but some people say you should not think about that at all, and you should go about your business doing what's best for yourself. And any conversation about the various ways in which systemic injustice obtains for your demographic is a retreat within inside of the mentality of a victim.
Only a fool would do that. Only a fool would do that, because here's the issue. You realize that I realize that my destiny is very much tied with every other African American's destiny in this country, really every other Black person on the planet. So if there's, you know, it's just like to look at the systemic effects of racism on the way a particular group or ethnicity is looked at. And you can look at what Malcolm X said. He said, asked the question, what do you call a Black man with a PhD in America?
A nigga with a PhD.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, you know, there's no one individual that can rise above the condition of his people. That's why I said when I first came on, when you talk about this thing, you talk about skills and resources. I don't care how prominent you get, how much money you make. The fact is, if you're part of our particular demographic in this country, the aggregate condition of our folks, of our people, really reduce you to a subhuman level. If you don't believe it, look back at when Obama took office. Time magazine had a picture of him looking like a monkey, a caricature of him looking like a monkey in Time magazine, and he was the president. He was the president of the United States.
Time magazine's opinion of someone doesn't
what I'm
It's
saying
not a
is that,
quantifier of someone's skills and resources.
okay, no, I mean, it doesn't really matter though. What I'm saying is that your skills and resources mean absolutely nothing if they're not collectively executed. They're not collectively built, put together to build something much greater than yourself. If you're outside,
I disagree with that.
Let me
Because
let
there's
me
go ahead.
let me step
To a
in really
degree.
quick.
To a degree, I want to say that. To a degree, go ahead, G.
if you're
I
going
would
to
say
promote
this.
real
I would
change,
say this. I would say this. I understand where Marcus is coming from because he has an individualistic mindset. He's a psychological egoist. Okay.
No, I understand where he's coming from. Understand that to say none of your skills and resources mean anything unless they're collective. Understand there's two contexts. Some skills and resources work for the individual and others work for the collective. So to say that no skills or no resources work unless they work for the
when I say that, brother, what I'm saying
that's a
is,
misstatement.
when I say that, brother, what I'm saying is the aggregate, long term, the long game. In the long
Okay, but
game,
then that's context you're
in the
adding.
long
So
game, and in the
right.
aggregate, your individual skills don't mean a damn thing because you're only going to be here. Hold on a minute. You're
Go
only
ahead.
going. If you're blessed, you'll be here 10. That's 70 years if you're blessed, right? The bottom line is that once you're gone, them skills and resources, they go with you.
Not necessarily.
If you don't have an aggregate collective policy to take what you have, combine it with someone who's in the same plight, the same set of experiences that you are in, and build the aggregate up, raise the position of your people with those skills. See, the individual mindset, that's what our problem is right now. That's our problem. That's our main problem.
That's
and
not my point.
No one else is playing the game against systemic oppression on an individual basis, but Black folks.
Understand this, brother. You say that, but then you compare it to a Time magazine article about Obama. Understand that it wouldn't matter if we were doing exactly what you say. White folks or anybody else's opinions of us would not change. So then that means you kind of putting it in the context of unless they see us this way, then it doesn't matter. Because if you're talking about mainstream media making pictures of us as this or that, understand that there was a time where we were a collective and that wasn't respected, right? So
it was definitely respected, bro. If it wasn't respected, there's no way that the things that came out of the 60s, there's no the movements that came out of we didn't get the right to vote till 1968, bro. We couldn't vote in this country until 1968.
So I just don't understand what that has to do with skills and if you are skilled and you have resources, that is one thing and that is one context. Whether someone respects you with that, understand that there were places that wouldn't serve Black people who had skills and had resources. That doesn't take away the fact that they had those skills and resources. It's just that these people didn't respect that. They turned away their money. Okay, so it doesn't. At the end of the day, okay. So then we're nothing until they respect it. I disagree with that.
So look, let me pump the brakes. Right, I want to do housekeeping really quick. Both of y'all making good points, and it makes sense. Okay, but it's just qualified statements and a little bit of semantic noise there. But so let me shout out Be About Peace and Pleasure. Shout out to him. Also, shout out to Adrian Hicks. Appreciate that. He said, "Welcome to the reason I gave my children racially ambiguous names." I think, okay, so there's two things at play here, right? And I think y'all both are right, okay? I get Marcus, and I'm only speaking to Marcus's point because he just made the point. Having skills and resources, you can have them and not be acknowledged as a human being or be perceived as productive or a vital and a substantive and a valuable member of the community because white people just hate and shit. So it's possible. Like a perfect example of this is the Jews in, pre-war Germany, okay? Many of these people were forced into like financial industries because they weren't allowed in other industries. And so they cornered the market on banking and lending and things of this nature. Many of them were in the academy, universities and things of this nature. Very respected in artist circles and things of this nature. But even though they had, like a whole host of accomplishments and they were making substantive contributions, one could argue, to Germany, it was still perceived as, here's some motherfucking, I'm not going to use the derogatory language because I don't want to get flagged, but you get the term, right? These people
they were scapegoated.
Right. So, I mean, they were still stigmatized even though they were making valuable contributions, okay? So this is one of the reasons why I personally, right, I think that, like, in the end, your argument has some resonance, but only so far, right? And the reason I say it only goes so far, Mr. Fuller, or Dr. Fuller, is because of the following, right? The sheer numbers of black people that exist here, okay? I mean, I want us to win. Like, I don't want us to not win. I want us to win. But you got to understand this. We're outnumbered by white men, just white men, 6-1, okay? I mean, just physically, okay? Now, I don't know what you know about, like, being outnumbered, but, like, have you ever been in a fight with one guy? Pretty tiring, correct?
Yeah, I've been, I've got all the letters behind my name, but I grew up in inner city Kansas City, so yeah, I've been in a fight with more than one.
Fighting 6 motherfuckers though?
Not that many, no.
That's a lot of people to fight, bro.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not only are you fighting 6 motherfuckers, so that's what I say. In terms of politics, you're outnumbered. Okay. In terms of being able to wage physical resistance, you're outnumbered. You don't have the lion's share of land. You don't have, and this is where the collective thing becomes important, because whereas Shaq got a lot of resources,
right, right.
I mean, like, ain't none of us got more. I don't know, how wealthy the men in the manosphere are, but I can hazard a guess and say most of us are not. There might be some of us who are, but most of us are not as wealthy as Shaquille O'Neal.
Right.
But Shaquille O'Neal by himself, regardless as to how wealthy he is, he doesn't have economic power to the same tune as, say, for example, somebody like Warren Buffett. You don't, bro. You don't have that, and then you're not connected to other men, and have created institutions and social clubs centered around having economic wealth. Okay, now, I mean, the boule is not filled with like multi-million dollar black men. Now, I'm not saying that the boule is not, there aren't any millionaires in it at all, okay? But it's not like a country club. This ain't like, black people ain't got it like that. We don't have that much of the pie. It just is a fact. So what I'm saying is we don't have the power to wage war. We don't have very much land or resources. If you want to talk about resources collectively, okay? We have very little economic power. I mean, and I hear all this talk about, we spend so much money or whatever. Bro, we ain't got that amount of, all our bread damn near is accounted for before we even get it because of the fucking bills we take on and all of this kind of shit. So not only that, there were various times in history in the United States where black people were doing like everything that like everybody is requiring the black people ought to do in the black manosphere. Black people already have been down this road. You got Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood District, okay? Rosewood, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina, okay?
Yeah.
OC, Florida, Elaine, Arkansas, Atlanta, Georgia, East St. Louis, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. If them people if they want to divest you from your resources, they can do it, bro. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't make an attempt to do anything. This is not saying that. But what I am saying is, in terms of power in the United States, you got to understand how vulnerable you are just predicated upon your situationality. the context in which you live. You're outnumbered in this motherfucker. This is the home of whiteness. These people created whiteness. They inspired Nazi Germany, man.
Can I ask a question, right?
Go ahead.
I want to know, outside of the upper echelon of white people, because let's be realistic about where the power here lives. Because motherfuckers talk like, Billy Bob across the street got power, right? Right?
He does have power.
This goes. No, he has power limited to, because understand like how shit worked in slavery, where you had your slave owner, you had your overseer, and then you had your slaves, right? Billy Bob could be a low-level overseer, but that motherfucker ain't an owner, right? So, but let's I want to get to this because this goes back into this. We view ourselves through the eyes of black women and white supremacy, because black women practice white supremacy. Let's put that out there, right? Now, after that, again, we look at ourselves through their eyes and to an extent through the eyes of white supremacy. What other non-white race of men have power in America? And don't change the context to income or anything like that. Let's talk about power. Power. Let's talk about power, because these men that I'm about to talk about don't have these discussions, but they're not leaned on to have power, right? They go to their home and they eat their cooked food when they get there, and all of this other nice stuff that we're saying that for us to have to enjoy, that we gotta have power. Like we gotta run the oil company, or we gotta run the steel mill, or we gotta invent electricity for a bitch to make us a rice and bean dinner, right?
Yeah, you reducing it to the hoes though.
But this
the
is what
I'm having has nothing to do.
I understand.
In my viewpoint.
But this whole thing, when I talk to dudes, this is where the talking points come from. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. This is where only black men talk like they got to overthrow the government to get respect. This is white supremacy spoken through the mouths of black women. This is our culture, bro. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm not,
like, the one thing I'm not doing. Like,
I know that you're not doing that.
Yeah, and I want to make it just. I just want to put this out there so people are like know exactly what my position is about this. Like, I don't think that justice work ought to be taken up by black men on the account that black women are demanding that men engage in the justice work so that they're able to have some sort of lifestyle that they see other people having or some shit like that. That's not like how I think about justice.
I know that ain't your point. I just want to make that clear. I know that ain't where you're coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. I just got to make that. I got to make that express. But let's not. The only thing I don't want to do is take this shit way down left field, and we start hitting corners and going off on tangents to the point where we're not actually anywhere. Like the only thing I've ever tried to articulate was this, bro. Because to me, women are not really actually the part of this conversation to me. Like I talk about women here and there, but only as it pertains to, this is me, justice-related issues. Like, if it's a woman somewhere saying, I can hit you, but you can't hit me, I'm going to say, that's a justice-related issue and a moral problem. That's an ethical problem. And I'm going to come in and chime in on it and say, that's bullshit.
Right.
That's what I'm going to, if a woman says, well, 99% of predators are men, and only 1% of women ever do anything wrong. And the world, all we do is just give love, and we exude Skittles and rainbows, and you guys are just so predatory, and here's all of your hate and malice. Oh my God, I'm gonna be like, stop that fucking bullshit. Cut it out right now. I'm putting an end to it. Stop it.
Let me tell you what happens though. you get guys who go out there, they get money, they're successful, and then they get told, well, you ain't got no power, right? Right? But then again, the conversation goes back to, well, do you own the bus, or do you own this, or do you own electricity? So it's either right, because then you look out into the landscape and nobody else is doing this thing that you're being demanded to do, right? So then you're saying, okay, you know, because you got guys in the chat saying, power is socioeconomic. So if black men get money, they still weak, powerless niggas, right? They're still that, right?
You don't. You
right,
that's
no. Hear me out though. Hear me out, right? So
I gotta turn the AC on, man. Hold on, it just got a little warm. Hold on.
No doubt, right? They still weak, powerless niggas. And if you don't control something, then you have power, right? For you to get respect, or you to be viewed as human, because magazines are putting us on covers looking crazy, but at the same time, no one else is doing this thing, right? No other group, no other non-black group in America is doing this thing. No, what
doing what thing? Doing what thing?
No, we're again, what non-black man, non-white man in America, or non-white group of men in America have this power that we're talking about?
I would say I'm gonna say the Asians have it.
Okay, so
hold on. I think the Eastern Indians have it to a certain extent.
But you have to tell, because don't tell me income, because then we're back to that. If we're back to income, then black men who make income are also being told they don't have power. So when you say the Eastern Indians and you say the Asians,
tell me what. I was going to say the Mexicans as well.
So okay, so
Hispanics.
So then elaborate.
Okay, I think they have power, right? Simply because they operate collectively, and they understand, right? They understand that you cannot overcome systemic oppression on an individual by individual.
That's not an answer to my question. What can they influence? What can they move in America with their collective
their communities? I mean, you go in any major city in the United States, and there's a Chinatown. Any major city, they own everything, and they own everything in there, and they don't hire anybody but their own people.
That's not an answer to my question.
What's your question then, brother? Maybe I'm not understanding your question. What's your question?
When black men are told that they don't have power, they're told that they don't control any industries. What industry in America do these guys that you mentioned control? Now I understand, okay, because we have black enclaves in America. We do. We actually.
So you want to know what industry? What industry they control?
No, we talking about power.
I can tell you. Yeah, I mean, well, obviously, obviously, those industries are set aside for them because, unfortunately, they set up shop and they exploit the black community. But they control industry. I mean, all your hair care products. Who do you think is selling you that? Anyone doing your nails? Anyone doing your nails? Who's doing that for you? Your women. I'm talking about your women.
These are businesses. Those are not industries.
If you want to talk the hair care products, hair care products, and this weave, that's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
So let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
So that product comes from over there. So that's like saying that brown people in like South America control like the drug industry or the drug business, right? Because that's where the stuff comes from. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You asked the question, what industry do these groups control? And I'm telling you what industry. I mean, there's an example is all the hair care products and the weave and all that other stuff that our women, the nails and all other stuff that our women actually engage in to try to get a more European look.
Well, the actual hair, but I'll say black people have a stake in the beauty business also.
But what I'm saying
Black
is,
people don't control that industry.
I didn't say control.
Okay.
That's not the word you heard me say. I said they have a stake. But understand, if the actual hair, when you talk about hair, the hair comes from over there, right? If the hair comes from over there, then of course they control the actual product, like the Saudis control oil, because that's where the product comes from.
No.
But what I'm saying is,
No.
okay, so tell me what have they leveraged in America with that? Like,
I mean, obviously that power is going to be contained within the confines of what's permissible in the United States, right? Because overall, I mean, but they do control an industry that exploits Black people, specifically Black women, to the tune of tens of billions of dollars every year.
But you're talking about exploits Black women. See,
Yeah.
again,
I mean, obviously, go ahead.
I'm trying to contextualize this question, because when we talk about power, we talk about, in the political arena, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
Break that down for me.
Break what down?
No, we talking about the power. We ain't talking about.
No, what I'm saying is
exploit. No, because I want you to understand, man, so I don't get an incorrect answer again. What I'm trying to understand is, because when you talk about power, right? We ain't talking about exploiting a certain consumer, right? A certain consumer. I'm asking you, how is the hair industry leveraging power for these people? And then you also mentioned Eastern Europeans. So how are they using this power to, leverage it in America for some sort of political situation? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, prime example, right? We talked. I told you about. We gave the example with the hair industry. It's obvious that those Asian people control the hair industry, the African American hair industry in the United States.
Right.
They do. Okay.
Right. It's not a debate.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you. Okay. This is how they leverage the power. Okay. One of the first things that I'll say this, one of the first things that happened when that individual went down, I think it was in Texas. He went in and murdered a couple of Asian Americans in nail salons, or what was it, massage parlors. It didn't take Biden 24 hours before he was working on an executive order to make any type of issues with Asian Americans a federal crime. That's power. You understand? Okay. Now, and we go back to the Mexican American. Okay. Biden was in office. He got inaugurated, and within 8 hours of his inauguration, he was inside the Oval Office writing up an executive order to give 11 million illegal immigrants legal status in the United States. And they've been working on a pathway to their citizenship ever since.
Oh, okay. So let's
hold
stop.
On. No, let me explain why that happened.
Right, so I'll come back to that. Yeah, go ahead.
Why that happened is because those people operate collectively. The individualism in their communities is washed away, and they understand the power of operating collectively. The people who make the rules, who make the laws, understand that in itself is power.
I would say that by and large, the Mexicans here fight against. I know a lot of Mexicans that are against immigration. So what I want to understand is, because you're talking about illegal immigrants, right?
What? I'm not talking about what I'm talking. You asked me a question,
bro. You talking about pathway to citizenship?
No.
Now, let's focus on the Mexicans.
I just gave you those examples. I gave you those examples because you asked me the question: how are they leveraging whatever control?
No, they're not leveraging that. Let me tell you. No, Biden is leveraging the Latinos for a new political base.
Why?
To get voted in?
Why?
Because they're going to be the next majority, bro.
Hold
on.
Let me ask you.
No, bro. You got to let me respond to you now, because you made the point that because Mexicans are somehow unified, they're using their unification to somehow leverage against these political advances. When that's bullshit. The Democrats are using
these people that they're important for this.
So you're saying that
And I didn't finish saying it.
Okay, go ahead.
We know why the Dems, because we've spoken about this numerous times, where the Dems are importing people from these Latin American countries because they identify with white folks. You understand? So that has nothing to do with the individual or the community of Mexicans that are here and there in America pushing some political agenda to get more Mexicans here. That's nonsense. I got to throw that right away. That ain't what that is. That's not what that is. That is the Democrats replacing black people as the support for the Democratic Party.
That is absolutely true, 100%.
Okay, so then how can you try to pass that off as some sort of political agenda on the behalf of some collective? Nah, that's nonsense, bro. That's the Dems doing that. That ain't got nothing to do with some political agenda pushed by Mexican people because they collectivism. No, I didn't miss it. I'm disagreeing with you.
Okay, so my point was the collective paradigm that they function with, in accordance with, in their society, in their communities, is what gives them power.
No, but how is this power being leveraged? That's the question I'm asking you. Now, it does give them their own communities and things of that nature, but understand that this environment is not opposed to a community of non-black collectivism. It's not opposed. Anytime you see a group of black people assemble, there is a collective effort, a federal effort to disperse that. Would you agree with that?
I never said,
I'm not saying, okay, but I'm not saying that you did say it. I'm saying it in the conversation so that the chat hears it. What I'm saying is every other group of people in this country, when they get together, there's nothing to stop that or to prevent that from happening. But what I'm telling you is that collectivism that you're describing is not typically leveraged for power in America. It's just a collective thing where, they spend money with each other. And I understand how, group economics works, but they don't use that. Like typically you had it kind of a better point with the Asians than you had with the Mexicans.
That's the same. It's the same. It's the same dynamic, but it's just in a different. So
I want to.
Hold on, let me finish, brother. You keep interrupting me, man.
No, because I ask you a question. You're not directly answering.
Go ahead. Bro. I'll continue to be patient, brother. You overrunning me quite a bit, and I'm trying to be civil about this, but you keep talking over me.
I'm asking you, how are they leveraging this power? You gave me an example. It was a failed example. How are these groups leveraging this power?
I just told you.
Okay, and we disagree on that.
I mean, the bottom line is, when the fact that the powers to be that are in place right now, they understand that the collective nature of and the collective culture of these people, and because of that, they do receive certain recognitions that black people don't receive because we don't function collectively. We're a bunch of individuals. The bottom line is until what it sounds to me is that you're making a bunch of excuses for operating in a failed paradigm of being this individual, and you cannot overcome and uplift yourself in the long game.
No, I'm not promoting individualism.
Okay, so it needs to be a collective effort. And I'm saying that until that happens, we're not going to get anywhere. And here's the other portion, okay? I'm not saying, overthrow. I'm not saying overthrow the government, anything like. I'm saying that it's the responsibility of black people to learn how to work together and unify in thought, spirit, on some very basic principles, right? On how to get things done to change the situation that's existing in our communities. If we're not willing to do that, then we have no recognition. We have no power. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, someone talked about how much money we spend every year. That's true. Very true statement. I mean, a lot of that people make that reference. There's a lot of truth in that. But the bottom line is that I think we can actually do something more productive than what we're doing right now if we had more of a collective mindset.
So what I'm not appreciating is that you kind of took my point and twisted it. This ain't about individualism, right? Understand this, right? I don't have a problem with black people being a collective or unifying. But what I do have a problem is that, you know, every generation we pretend as if this has never happened before. It's like the new Negroes come into this environment and they think that their current reality is the only reality that has ever existed. And Black folks have never tried to form any collective ever. And,
of course.
and we don't know. Now you're running over me, bro. So what I'm saying is this, because you said I'm making excuses. Ain't nobody making excuses. Again, it's like what G said earlier. We're speaking a reality. Anybody that knows the history of Black people in America knows that there has been numerous efforts for us to do the exact same thing that you're saying, what we need to learn to do. Again, Black people speaking through the views from outside the group. There has always been attempts or agendas to unify Black people in this country that has been met with extreme opposition, bro. You understand what I'm saying? So every time that shit gets shut down, then we get a bunch of niggas talking about what we need to do is come together. And we've done it. We've done this shit ad nauseum, bro. That's not an excuse. That's history.
Hold on. Let me interject.
That's history, bro.
Let me interject, man. At the end of the day, man, look.
I got a comment on that.
Well, you know, my comment, look, first of all, you know, Marcus already knows I'm pro-Black and I have Pan-Africanist leanings to begin with, okay? So, you know, I understand the point, like, you know, white folks want to, you know, break up the unity and shit, and they want us, you know, to fucking disperse, niggas. Don't come together, don't form like Voltron. Get your ass back into your corner. We gonna smash you. You know, my response, you know, to that kind of argument would be, well, you know, like they can break us up for a minute, but we gonna come back. You know, it's like saying, for example, Chicago Bears defense is bearing down on my offense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, I could either say, fuck it, I'm not gonna play the game no more. I forfeit this bitch. I'm gonna come out and run the game. And if they win, they win. You know what I'm saying? But if I face them down the road, you know what I'm saying, in the playoffs or next season, I'm not going to not play the game anymore. I got to continue to play the game until perhaps maybe I win it. It might be that, you know, this year they got all the talent. The shit is working for them. They got favorable circumstances. I mean, they got home field advantage or whatever the fucking case may be. They're whipping our ass. They might whip our ass for 10 seasons.
Yeah.
Okay? They might whip our ass for 20 years. But we still are obligated to try to play the game as best we can. And I do understand, like, look, I'm not asking for, one of the things that I don't ask for is a kumbaya type of energy, okay? I've never asked for Black people to have that kind of energy. Like, you know, because I think that unity can exist amongst disagreement, in my viewpoint. Like, you don't have to have uniformity, but the problem with Black folks is this, man, you know, like, the way I see it. And everybody knows what the fuck it is, man. We've been deracinated. Like, you don't know what your real name is. You don't know what your real cultural traditions are. You don't know. You're like a fucking Johnny Mnemonic, man. But not I mean, Total Recall, that type of motherfucker. You don't know what the fuck you are. You're Black. Now, of course, Africans, you know, like, Blackness in and of itself is a fabrication that comes and emanates from whiteness. They're like, Black people who, you know, so-called Black people, they didn't identify themselves as Black. Like, Africa is not even named after a fucking indigenous African. It's a Roman term.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, so now you got Black people in Africa calling themselves Africans, and that shit ain't even fucking, like, it ain't even indigenous African. Okay? It ain't even indigenous to that geographical landmass. Then, like, you got people in Nigeria wearing white wigs and shit. In the courtroom, like, the judges, the jurisprudence in Nigeria is Black, is you know, the Nigerians wearing the same garb as the white motherfuckers. Okay? That's a residue of colonialism. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the various, like, nation states that exist in that continent right now have been carved up and created by white folks. Okay? Now, do I think that we need to have more unity? I think we do need it. Okay?
Let me.
But I'm gonna let you speak. because I let both of y'all just run for a minute. I ain't say shit. You know what I'm saying? I just think you got to be aware of the venue that you're in. Now, do I think that black people deserve to be treated like human beings in the belly of the beast? Of course I do. Do I want to hold white people accountable for their own ideals and say you're running, you know, like plays that like are antithetical to your own playbook? You say about freedom of speech and freedom of organization and no taxation without representation and all this kind of other shit, but then at the same time when it comes to us, you treat us like 3/5 of a fucking human being. Like, what the fuck is this about? So you gotta hold them honest, but I mean at the same time, you gotta understand, man, like, look, this is their house, bro. These motherfuckers, this is the home field advantage of the white boy at this moment. Now, I mean, like, will it change? I think it will. These motherfuckers ain't reproducing. The Mexicans, their population, they are the autochthonous population of this motherfucker. Now, I know it's a lot of niggas saying otherwise, like, well, we're the original Indians, huh? Bro, I'm not going to even get into the Dane Calloway shit. All I'm trying to say is, bro, Latinos, you can call them whatever, Mexicans, you can call them whatever the fuck you want to, man, okay? I believe that they are like, they mix with like Europeans, man. They are the indigenous motherfuckers of this landmass. You see them all around the southern part of the fucking southwest part of the United States. They all up in Mexico and, you know, South America and shit like that. They're going to continue to reproduce, man. White people, they're not reproducing, bro. They're just not. So, I mean, eventually, if the shit keeps going on the way that it is, the whiteness is a powerful drug. Motherfuckers get, you know, interpolated and, you know, amassed into it quite frequently. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just doing the math on this shit a long time ago. Like, the Greeks and the Sicilians, them motherfuckers weren't, in the United States, they weren't regarded as white when they first started coming over here from Eastern and Southern Europe. They weren't white, okay? Now, after a certain period of time, you know, elapsed, then they were interpolated into being white. But the funny thing is, now, everybody who's from Greece is white. Everybody from Rome is white. Mm-hmm. But them motherfuckers wasn't even perceived as white when the motherfuckers was coming from the same geographical locations into the United States. They weren't, because the only thing really that was white was Anglo-Saxon and Western Europeans. But I mean, the biggest issue I got, man, is this, man. All I'm saying is, when you talk about skills and resources, the only thing I'm saying is, God damn it, man, you can amass a lot of resources, but you're still outnumbered, and these motherfuckers got the most powerful militaristic machinery in the world. Use some fucking with nuclear submarines, bro. I got a family member, man, who was an admiral or a captain of a nuclear fucking submarine. Last name Brian. I ain't gonna say his first name. Okay, black guy. Okay, these motherfuckers can blow up fucking small cities, bro. In nuclear, like thermonuclear fucking explosives and shit. Negroes, we don't have that power, bro. And I ain't trying to say that, you know, like, you know, we're less men. We're not manly men because we don't have the power. No African state, no black state on the planet has a nuclear weapon, bro. Run that through your motherfucking head right quick.
You think that would be allowed to happen, though?
I mean, whether they allow it or not, shit, at some point, motherfucking niggas got to start being like, we need some motherfucking weapons.
They killed Gaddafi, bro.
They sure killed his ass, but
you understand? You know, let's keep, and these things are facts, and they're not excuses. So
I'm not making no excuses.
No, not you. What I'm saying, you said earlier about Romans and this one becoming white people. Now you have the Caucasian Hispanic. That ain't something they leveraged. That's something that they were given by these people here in this country to leverage so that the politicians can leverage that against us. They ain't about those people. Oh, can you give us white status, please? See us, we all together, we working together. Can we be white? That ain't what happens. So these people are coming over here, and that's what's happening. Understand that. What I don't like is when black people are being compared to other groups of people that ain't ever had no opposition. That's like we running a race and they chop one of our legs off and niggas looking at us like, why you ain't winning the race with one leg? You making excuses. Understand that success in this country for white folks is a waterfall. For other non-black motherfuckers and non-white motherfuckers, it's a stream. But for black people, it's a bottleneck. So I'm not as much an individualist as I am a realist.
Yeah.
If you're gonna no, bro, let me finish my point. If we're going to even leverage skills and resources, we have to at least attain them. So then at that point, the people with the skills and resources can come together and maybe do something, right? But this shit is a bottleneck for black people.
And look, I've been saying this. Look, I'm gonna interrupt you, and then I'm gonna let him talk. But I've been saying this all along. It's a justice-related issue about what black people are permitted to have and what they're not permitted to have. Look, it's no strange secret, man. We don't control the fucking treasury, bro. We don't get to determine like what the Fed does, nigga. We don't run the IMF. None of that shit. We have absolutely no control over what goes on financially or politically in the United States, except for, in pockets here and there, okay?
Right.
But, like, by and large, we don't have control. Now, this is where somebody like Sandog gets interesting to me. Because what he's saying is this. There's limited opportunity here. And I'm just going to throw another fucking monkey wrench into the machine to make it even more fucked up, okay? But he's saying, look here, man. They got this game sold up, bro. This is their block, nigga. Like, just imagine it in terms of like some nefarious illicit activity and it's drug dealing, okay? They got the block sold up, bro. Now, you can keep trying to fight to get in this motherfucker, and yeah, you deserve a spot. Like, boss, when you gonna give me a spot? I told you, Frankie, I'm gonna give you a fucking spot. You fucking shut up and go get my fucking cannolis. Okay? That's the sort of shit that's happening to us. Okay? I told you to fucking wait, okay? You fucking cocksucker. Now go get my coffee. So Sandog is saying, okay, there are other opportunities elsewhere in the world where people look more like you, where people, maybe the infrastructure is not as great and, maybe the things aren't as like, easy and set up. Things are not as civilized or whatever the case may be, but perhaps maybe there's opportunity that exists there, okay? Now, I'm not saying that, it's going to be perfect, that you're always going to win or some shit like that, but there are other opportunities elsewhere in the world. You don't have to fucking just fish in the U.S. You can fish in the U.S., you can fish in fucking Brazil, you can fish fucking even in Rome or some shit. You can fish in Japan, you can fish all over the fucking world, okay? You can become cosmopolitan instead of being fucking provincial and parochial. Okay, and now guys are like, the beauty of the passport, bros, to me is not just in buying, pussy overseas, but in actually stretching their tentacles out and seeing what the world is like in other geographical locations and communicating with people elsewhere and developing networks and opening up possibilities elsewhere in the world. Okay, not to say that you got to say, you can't leave the U.S. behind all the what. There's just no way you can do it because you're from there unless you expatriate. But the point I'm trying to make is now you see that there's other possibilities that exist elsewhere in the world. You don't have to just cast your net down in the U.S. Okay. Now, also, here's another big monkey wrench that's been thrown into the program, and this is about bitches. Okay.
How long, man? How long I gotta wait, brother?
Go ahead, bro. Go. I'm just gonna throw this monkey wrench in the program before you go.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. masculinity is connected to money making historically, okay, since the advent of the Industrial Revolution. Women have fought to become a part of it and have policies and laws that work to their favor in corporations and in governments and shit like this. So in essence, you can't even be a fucking man anymore and related to the market the way you think you can. It's impossible for you to do at the current moment. So stop talking about resources being the thing which basically defines your manhood. Because at the current moment, you're competing against institutions and policies that prevent masculinity from being connected to money making. But go ahead, man. Mike.
Yeah. All right. So first thing just based on especially Marcus's comments, but yours too. How many black people in America? About what? I say what, 45, 50 million?
About that.
Is that the number? So what we need to do is we need to buy 45 or 50 million shovels and dig our own graves, because based on what you guys are saying, this shit is over. Okay. Now, what I would say, okay, since you believe in it so much, be the first to buy the shovel and dig your own. Okay. Since you believe in what you're saying so much. The bottom line is, when it's all said and done, all right, the issues that we have with not being unified are the crux of our problem right now. They're the crux of the problem. You talk about all the different times of the, when I said we have to learn to, maybe I should say we need to relearn it. Okay, because yeah, there has been instances in the past that we try to unify and make things happen collectively, and then, like you said, there's been massive resistance to that. I don't disagree with that. I know the history behind it, but does that mean that you're just going to go for the alternative and not unify? Because what that ends up is complete annihilation. As long as we continue to operate on this individual mindset, we don't come together collectively, and it has nothing to do with having some type of issue with any other people. I'm talking about making our situation right. I'm not talking about going out and going against some other people or hurting someone else or anything like that, or the government, anything like that. I'm talking about looking internally and saying, what can we do to unify to make our situation correct? And it starts really with just, you seeing another brother or another sister on the street, just saying hello, how you doing today, right? That sort of thing, those sort of things. At the end of the day, and you may say kumbaya. No, it's about being civil towards one another, understanding we've been conditioned not to be, and reversing that mentality. As far as the being outnumbered, so basically what I'm saying is, if you don't agree in unifying, because we've been prevented from doing that in the past in so many different occasions, then the only other alternative is to be annihilated. And that's what's occurring right now. Systematically, we're being systematically destroyed and wiped off the face of this continent.
So
now,
we can't go to another.
Okay, no. Let me finish. I
thought you were done, bro.
So the bottom line is, if you really believe that that there is no alternative besides individualism, I would invite you to be the first to buy a shovel and dig your own grave. Okay.
He's doing
when
it.
When we're talking about being outnumbered, of course we're outnumbered, right? Of course we don't have the resources, but here's the thing. Okay, if you get beyond the mindset of this world and you look at the grand design of the universe, everything operates in 360 degrees, man. Everything operates in balance, right? Everything is balanced. And when you and basically balance is a physiological representation of something called justice from a moral ethical standpoint. The universe is designed that way. And what I'm telling you is that even though we're outnumbered, if we get ourselves together and start living right, doing the things we're supposed to be doing, and coming together, loving each other, and putting our resources together and thinking about life the way it should be thought about, then the universe is going to respond to that. And it doesn't matter how many weapons, doesn't matter how much we're outnumbered, it does not matter. This is the way the universe operates. The physical world that we're in and the spiritual tenets in which that world is designed after will come to play and come on our behalf to make sure that we come up out of this situation. But it takes us making the right decisions.
That was a cool speech. That was a really cool speech. I gotta say, that was a great speech. What you think, G? I feel inspired now. Because after all those facts that we just dropped, and then he doubled down on saying that I'm pushing individualism after all the things that I said. That means you heard nothing we said, bro. And the universe and the spirituality. That was a great speech, bro. That is my only response to that. After that, I have no more logic and facts and historical context to follow that with. I'm gonna just let that sit right there for the people in the audience. I ain't responding to that.
Hey man, look, let me just say this, man. Look, do I desire for black people to be united? Of course I do. Do I want black folks to have a sense of unity and to connect and to make their lot easier in that regard? Of course I do. You know, I don't want us to be fractured, fissured, divided, balkanized. I don't want it. You know, the thing I'm trying to determine and to figure out, you know, like kind of like sort of how the guys keep talking about skills and resources. I want to know what kind of resources exist and what kind of institutions can be built to bring about the kind of unity that you desire. Now, one of the things that, I've read a lot of Afrocentric literature in my day, bro. Like, I've read Jacob Carruthers' Intellectual Warfare, Chancellor Williams' Destruction of the Black Civilization. I've read, Cheikh Anta Diop's Civilization of Barbarism, Ivan Van Sertima's books and shit. They came before Columbus, Egypt, Child of Africa. I mean, just all these books, these pro-black Afrocentric books that call for us to be united because, like, e pluribus unum, united we stand, divided we fall, that kind of thing. Even like, I just recently saw a clip from the Planet of the Apes, which, like Caesar he broke a stick and he was like, apes together strong, and he put two sticks and put them together, apes divided weak, and it's easy to snap one of us as opposed to two of us united. Look, bro, I get it, man. I understand that, there's strength in unity. A team playing together, right, and working in concert is going to operate better than a group of individuals operating on their own accord, okay, without any coordination at all, okay? And one of the things that white people like to pretend is that they have a system established where everyone is just working egoistically, and then some invisible hand is moving all of the productivity towards, an optimal state. I just don't believe it. I've studied modernity for quite a bit of time. I don't believe that things actually work that way. I believe that, the Industrial Revolution brought about processes of coordination and collective action more so than any other time in human history. Okay? And this has positive outputs or externalities, and it's had some negative ones. Okay? But at the end of the day, I want us to get along. I want us to unite. Marcus knows this shit. The only problem I have is how do we actually get to it? And I don't think that morals and attitudes and sentiments is going to get us there. I think that
platitudes, bro.
No, what I think that black people need to learn how to utilize what extant institutions they have, so they don't have to create new ones from fiat, okay? Because black people don't like shit new, okay? They're really distrustful and have a great amount of distaste for new shit. But I mean, they like new shit, but they don't really trust it, okay? So the institutions we have, the church, could be utilized as a means by which to engage in political activity if it's cleaned up, and it's not just offering otherworldly salvation. If it's used more as a means by which to deal with temporal issues as opposed to eschatological afterworld issues and shit and spiritual issues, it would be a different kind of experience. Mosques, even, you know what I'm saying? Like the institutions we have, you know what I'm saying? Like the Greek letter organizations that we have. If motherfuckers stop just being about being boule type-ish, like we're only looking out for the elite amongst ourselves, and get back to the uplift portion of what they were about, these institutions might be able, and even the organizations need to recalibrate their platforms and their, like their orientation towards justice, because the shit they're working with was started in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and shit. It's got to update with current times, and it ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? So if we could take the institutions we already have and recalibrate them to adapt to what's going on now, we'd be in a better situation. But like, I don't know, like it's like we ain't doing shit. It is every individual going out for their damn self. So I agree with Marcus, and I agree with Michael, and I just don't. And I think you both make good points. I just personally, I don't know how to reconcile the shit.
It turns into individualism because it's a survival tactic. Understand, when you're in an environment that's hostile to your collectivism, again, it becomes a bottleneck to where people feel like, okay, it turns into, well, damn, we can't make it, so I gotta make it. And then you have a bunch of individuals that individually try to be successful because any collective attempt will be thwarted. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that this is my view, like this is what I subscribe to. I'm saying this is the environment we're in. And motherfuckers miss that context. So I'm saying in plain English, so it's understood and it's not twisted 5 minutes from now. Okay, that is the situation that we're in realistically. And I have a dream speech, hoping and praying, hands together, look up to the stars. Shit is gonna change that. Okay, there's missiles, there's tanks, there's this, there's that. This is real shit. There's guns. And no matter how many leaders they shoot, we still got to rise to the top.
And look, man. Okay. Let me say this. Look.
Well, I mean, you cannot do that. You can give up.
I can do me, right?
Yeah, but
or
because
this is the
you can do you.
Either
you can do you, but then okay, you'll probably
just know that you interrupted me, but continue, bro.
You could probably okay. I'm sorry, brother. Let me just
continue. I want to hear you now because I've started to listen to you.
You can do you, and that's fine. You'll right. Probably make it through, but the rest of your bloodline, give them shovels. Because I mean,
if I do me, then I'm doing them. So okay, you talking? See, that's another thing. There's all or nothing shit where it's like, oh, well, we might as well just kill ourselves, man. Gigi just got finished explaining that there's other opportunities, other places outside of North America. But you're talking about a million shovels and a million graves.
If you're gonna stay here,
that's defeatism right there.
No,
either we got to take over this block or we die. He just said we trying to take over. This ain't our block, bro. It's they block. So if this the only block, if we don't take over this block, then we might as well dig a hole. That's how you sound, bro. When you try to put the defeatist mentality on me, you sound like the defeatist, bro.
No, what I'm saying, you angry,
Come
bro.
on, man.
Calm down, bro. Calm down. We just talking, okay?
Nah, because you tried to twist my shit 3 minutes ago, bro, and I ain't appreciate that shit, bro.
Calm down, brother.
Nah, man. Nah, this with the spiritual, magical.
We just talking, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. I got an icon for this shit right here.
Nah, we good, man. I just have to put it. That's right. All day, baby. Click, boom.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Nah, you shot, bro. You know what I'm saying? You shot.
I agree. Bottom line, yeah, just like the brother said. I mean, there's alternatives. There's opportunities outside the United States that we should probably start looking at some of those as well. Definitely, without question.
But then take your shovel over there and build a foundation. Then you talk about digging graves.
Well, what I'm saying is, brother, when you talk about we should not that because of the amount of opposition that's been around so far.
I didn't say what we shouldn't
the
do. I said
reality
what's
of it-
no. You see, you again. You put the now. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. Again, I didn't
Mhm.
say, oh well, since this and this and this, well, we might as well just give up. That's not what I said. That is
Okay.
your interpretation of my point, bro.
Okay.
And that's what you've continued to do since you've been on the panel.
all right.
Is
So if
twist
I
my shit up,
misunderstood-
bro. And I
so if I
tell you what I'm
misunderstood
saying,
what
and
you're
then you'll
saying-
double down on telling me what I said.
No,
Knock
no.
that shit off, fam.
Okay, if I misrepresented what you said, I apologize to you, brother. All
Yeah,
right.
that's apology accepted,
all right.
man.
Now
put
see, here's
the 9 down.
right. So okay. So
Hold on, I wish I
my
had
point-
Rodney King, man. I wish I had Rodney King.
Uh-huh.
Can we all just get along?
Exactly.
Can we?
That is
Just
the
like you
barber
said
shop, bro.
before,
It's the
man, we don't-
barber shop. Let's go.
We don't necessarily need to get along, brother. We don't necessarily need to get
Nah,
along.
we got to
because-
get along, man, but collective, right?
No,
we got
that
to
doesn't
come
mean-
together.
That don't mean that we get along and agree with every point. But
We
it,
got
but
to
what
come
it is
together.
what I realize is that no matter how much I disagree with you, you're still my brother.
Oh,
Bottom line.
I ain't cursing you
Okay.
out. I'm just
So,
saying,
so
you know.
what I'm saying is it doesn't matter whether we disagree or not. In fact, I want us to disagree because that opens up my mind to your reality, and then maybe you can see something
Absolutely.
that I have to say. So I don't mind the disagreements. The
I'm
problem
famously
is
open to disagree.
the problem is we can disagree without being disagreeable, right? We got to have some basis of commonality. We come back to, okay, but this is our reality, our shared reality, and because of that, we're interconnected whether we want to be or not.
No, well, see, now we're in a meta conversation.
Right?
I tell you what. So like, there's a fresh speaker here.
Big
We've
Kev,
kind
what's
of
up?
like I would like to introduce him into the dynamic to see if he can, either redirect the conversation or make it more palatable, or create more harmony. Who knows? Big Kev, what's going
Hey, how's
on,
it going,
man?
everybody?
Long
Thanks
time
for
no
hosting.
hear from you, man.
Yeah, man.
Bless us with
Thanks
your
for
words of wisdom.
Yeah, man. Thank you for hosting me, Green Gorilla, man. Thank you, seriously. When I hear these conversations, like most of the time when people talk about collectivism, you can kind of tell these are people most of the time, the vast majority of the time, these are people that have never either played any type of team sports or like organized team sports, or they've never served in the military,
Right.
because they have this extremely unrealistic idea of what unity looks like. Okay.
Right.
To put it another way, the problem with the quote unquote collective argument is that the vast majority of the people arguing for quote unquote collectivism are people that are either what I call either ball hogs or bench warmers. The ball hogs being the talented / successful people that are basically insufferable. Think your Ebony K. Williams, your Antonio Browns, the people that want to be the head Negro in charge, the people that think they're the great black messiah that's going to save niggas from themselves. Or you have what I call the bench warmers, aka they preach the collectivism talk not because they actually care, but because they want other so-called black people to sacrifice and work hard to do all the work for them, and for them to get credit by virtue of saying, I'm black, you black, your mama black.
Right.
So if
which
you look
one
at how
am I,
actual,
brother?
if you,
Which one am I?
let me finish. If you look at teams that are actually legitimately successful, okay, everybody is an active contributor working towards the common goal. Think of the 49ers in the 80s, the Bad Boy Pistons from 1980 to 1990, even the second generation of the Pistons, in the 2000s, the 2014 of finals with the Spurs, you know what I mean? These are all examples of people of, hell, even the 2023 Heat in this final series. If you look at how they play, okay, everybody is an active contributor. Everybody's hustling. Everybody's doing their part to help the team win. And if somebody just so happens to stand out, okay, it is what it is. However, that's not the main focus. It's we are trying to work together to reach a common goal. So I'm gonna bust my ass, to do my part to contribute. You bust your ass to contribute, and then we're gonna help each other out as needed. Okay.
Okay.
The problem, like I said, with the collective argument is that it falls into one of the two camps, okay, which is why most of these conversations don't go anywhere.
Well, brother,
I'm not against quote unquote, people working together to be unified. I'm saying is that in order for it to work, everybody has to be an active contributor.
Right.
It's not about individual versus collective. It's about achieving a balance of both. Okay, individual personalities working together for a common goal, a collective goal, and doing what's in their own best interest collectively. It's not about individual versus collective. It's okay, which situation is it appropriate to be an individual, and which situation is it appropriate to move as a
Thank
group?
you. That's what I said earlier.
Well,
Exactly.
That's what I said earlier, bro.
Obviously, the situation of dealing with systemic racism and oppression that's been here for over 400 years, that is the time to be collective, right? You can't deal with
But it came as a multi-pronged attack. It didn't
You
come as
can't
just
deal
one.
with a system that's entrenched like that for
Right.
centuries on an individualistic basis.
And
You can't do that.
the entrenched system
And
came
be
in the form of a
successful.
multi-pronged attack. It wasn't just
Okay.
some magical silver bullet that
So
caused
let me
it. It
ask
was
you the question,
an
brother.
onslaught of different forces.
You mentioned the two categories of people who have that collective, that collectivism perspective, and obviously I'm one of those. I'm one of those people. So which one of the categories you think I fall in?
I think you don't necessarily fall into either one, but I think how you speak, you sound like a bench warmer, but I know that you're not actually like that. I think that you're somebody who actually has a genuine compassion and concern. I'm saying is that most of the people who talk about quote unquote collectivism, they fall into one of those camps.
So
These
a
are
bench,
people that are
a
basically
bench warmer would be someone who's like unsuccessful, right? Because they're not
No.
successful at what they.
no, not even so much
No.
unsuccessful. No, because you could be a tryhard to be unsuccessful. By bench warmer, I mean they're a net liability. Like they're not physically or mentally disabled or anything like that. They just don't. They basically take more than they give. Okay,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Okay. So I can tell you.
Think of again a sports analogy. Think of LeBron's supporting cast in like the 2007 or 2015 finals, where it's like he's doing like the majority of the heavy lifting, and the rest of people are just basically just warm bodies, just on the court. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that type of thing.
Okay.
Like by bench warmers.
All
Or there are people that are ball hogs. Again, see somebody like an Antonio Brown. He puts up great stats as a wide receiver, but he's a fucking nutcase. You know what I mean?
Right.
So as opposed to somebody like, say, a legitimate team player would be somebody like a Jerry Rice. You know,
Right.
somebody
so let
like
me tell you,
an Emmitt Smith.
Let me tell you, the host knows this already.
What about cheerleaders? Add that into the category.
Let me tell you this. I was you said there couldn't be people in the military. Well, I joined the military when I was 17. I retired at 42. So I spent 25 years in the military. So and
that's the reason why I said, and that's the reason why I said is that you're not. That's why I say you don't fall into either one of those camps. But the way that you're sounding, it makes it come off as if you're a bench warmer, even though you're not. Okay. I'm saying is that even if you look at the military, guess what? The military has a decentralized structure of command. It's not just some one big Borg hive mind in a rigid hierarchy. It's a combination of many different hierarchies, okay, that have a unified command structure. You know what I mean? Think of Napoleon. Okay, that's the reason why Napoleon was able to conquer Europe in the late 1790s and our early 1800s, because of that decentralized command structure. Whereas most traditional armies at that time had a rigid hierarchy, and once the head commander was taken out, the whole army collapsed. Versus somebody like Napoleon, they had a individual, basically sub armies that could easily move in lightning quick movements, which is why they were able to beat other opponents even when they were heavily outnumbered.
So look, let me interject here, because I've thought about this, for quite a bit of time, and what I'm not going to do is give a full-scale argument for or against unity in relation to politics for Black folks. I think it's just a truism that, even the United States is a fucking country that says united we stand, divided we fall. E pluribus unum, out of many one. Like, anybody understands that if you're not working as a team, it's going to be easier to fuck over you, okay? Anybody, if you use a sports analogy, Yeah, it's true. Like, I mean, Iverson is a dope motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That nigga can score about, 40, 50 points a game. Or James Harden, you know what I'm saying, when he was playing with the Rockets. But that shit ain't gonna win you no championships, homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it takes like Golden State. Them motherfuckers played as a unit. And everybody understood, okay, his role is to get the threes up. His role is to get the rebounds. His role is to motherfucking take the ball up the court. His role is, everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing, and not everybody's trying to do everything all by themselves, okay? Because that's how you fucking injure yourself, or you get the motherfucker tired, or he fouls out, or whatever the case may be. But if you got everybody doing, a little something and contributing towards the collective effort harmoniously, then it's easier to actually, like spare everybody's health and, their exertion level and shit like that. But above and beyond that, though, the problem is we live in the United States, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
We live in the United States. One of the things that you have to be mindful of, just as a practical, like impediment that's going to exist, even before you start talking about what we ought to do in terms of norms.
Right.
People in the United States are taught to not like fucking obey anybody. I mean, this is like, I think it's problematic. I don't like it. I think it's, it's subversive. I think it's done on purpose, actually, in order to keep people divided. But it's very difficult to tell anybody shit in America because everybody's like, you're not the boss of me. You can't tell me what to do. Government, fuck you. You, sir, over there with your yard, fuck you. I'm the boss of me. I'm sovereign. I got rights. I got rights against government and
there you go.
Other people. I got rights against. But the only thing I think that people don't feel like they have a right against is their bosses or the corporations that they work for. I mean, they'll fucking do anything them people say. But outside of that context, you can't tell a motherfucker shit in America. Okay?
Can't make a motherfucker wear a mask on their face.
I mean, America's just so anti-authoritarian. And black folks, we used to have this understanding about black leaders that, I mean, for some reason, I guess they were charismatic enough and believable enough to the point where people would actually follow them into harm's way.
Right.
Like, I mean, like, think about, I'm not going to say the entire black community would have followed, like MLK, because the vast majority did not. But I mean, there were a large enough amount of black folks, young people at that, who were willing to curb their instincts and not react but respond according to training that they developed for themselves in order to put themselves in harm's way in order to create public scenes to embarrass and shame the United States into changing its policies and its laws. Even though, they only did as much as they wanted, or had to, they really didn't interpolate us into the social body. But I mean, one could argue, okay, we didn't get in the end zone, but we got a fucking field goal. If you want to start using sports analogies, okay? Today, like, who the fuck are we following? Like, I mean, I'm just saying today. Who's an inspirational, charismatic figure that black people can say, I trust that man. I'm willing to fucking follow this man on a fucking battlefield. And like, I mean, those inspirational movies where you see like motherfucking the king is about to give a speech before they go to war and all this shit. Like, who in the black community today will you even listen to who could be inspirational enough to where, I mean, if one time Farrakhan might have seemed like he could have been the guy. But I mean, like that motherfucker, no disrespect to Farrakhan, because I think he's a prophet, and Farrakhan's a prophet, and I think you ought to listen to what he can say to you, what you ought to do, and all that kind of shit. Okay, but the motherfucker, ain't he damn near 80 plus, bro? He like Biden's age or some shit, right? Could have been Jesse Jackson at one time, but that motherfucker sold out and did the Rainbow Coalition. It was in '71, it was Nation Time, and now it's like, it's run Jesse run time.
I don't think we need a leader, man.
Well, I'm just saying, look, you're gonna have leaders. There's no way. I mean, you don't need just one leader,
The leaders need to come from the bottom up and not the top down. I think that's the point that Marcus was trying to say.
Well,
Again,
black people need elected officials, dog. We need elected officials, bro.
Yes. I'm saying that should come like organically from like a grassroots effort. Like, listen, I understand what you're saying, Green Gorilla. Listen, avoiding authoritarianism and avoiding that whole like strict hierarchy, that's not a weakness, okay? Because the other part that people don't want to talk about all this collective stuff is look at the collective destruction. I mean, you can look at all these societies that have all these strict authoritarian hierarchies, such as like the Soviet Union. They were fucking miserable. Even when they made material advances, they were still fucking miserable. So I'm not saying that there's not a time to have a hierarchy or like what Rael said on Black Men Being Brutally Honest's channel. I'm not saying we shouldn't listen and follow brothers I'm not saying we shouldn't follow brothers that are clearly shown to be competent. I'm saying is that follow them because of their competence. Don't just follow them because they say they're the leader. Like if they show that they clearly know what the hell they're doing, yes, support them. Yes, you know what I mean. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Rally the troops around that person. Yes, I'm saying is that. Like, how can I put it this right?
I'm just saying it helps. Look, I'm not saying that you need a leader. All I'm saying is that it does fucking help. Okay, like I mean, whether it succeeds or fails, okay, having a leader, it helps. Okay, I'm not saying it's the fucking the end all be all. It's the summum bonum of movements. Okay, all I'm saying is that like, think about this, or a martyr, somebody who's not even here. Okay, but I mean but here's the issue, man. At the end of the day, bro, all I know is, man, it's going to be very difficult to get a group of people who have been deracinated and Americanized to collectively, I mean, you're gonna have to create some sort of rituals or institutions in order to bring black folks together. The greatest time and I said this a long time ago, like on my channel, the time that we had where it was, you know how you can almost taste the shit, was the Black National Convention, man. I got a video on it. This was the time.
Yes.
This was the time where black people could have been like, okay, within this nation, this is how we're going to do politics. And then you got the fucking it was Nation Time, and then all of a sudden it went from Nation Time to Run, Jesse, Run. And the Rainbow Coalition. So you have so many people who came out and said, hey, this is what's going to end up fucking around and happening if you try to assimilate, and you're gonna lose your collective identity, and you're going to give it all away in order to get integrated into a body that doesn't want you to be integrated. Okay, yep. But this is what we fucking went for. We went, and not to say, I guarantee you, black people don't want to go back to a time when they have to drink at fucking like different water fountains, shit. Like black people don't want to go back to a time where they gotta enter into the back of a building because, like, imagine just going to a hotel now and the motherfucking concierge is like, sir, you niggers gotta go in the back there. You have a motherfucking fit, bro. I mean, let's just be real about it, man. You'll have a fucking fit. You'll be pissed the fuck off.
Hey, GG, can I get a few words in?
Go ahead, Leon, man. Then I'm gonna let BGS speak.
The first thing, I need you to check in the chat if I'm like disabled, because I can't super chat you nor comment. I don't know if somebody accidentally did that, but I don't say anything crazy.
Fuck with the Cash App, homeboy. That shit work all day and day.
Yeah, I remembered up to support you, man. But the first thing I want to tell Michael is, if you look at our Black African Socialist Party and what they're going through right now, this system can rip anybody they want to from us. Just being quite frank, if you look at what happened with the three guys that actually started Black Lives Matter, again, they can use a white communist guy, claim that those guys bought him a gun and rip the male leadership away from us.
That was
Just like that.
women. That was women that did that, wasn't it?
No, see, you don't know. You actually don't know how it was started. It was started by 3 guys at first. They sent in a white communist guy that would work for the FBI, and he claimed that one of them sold him a gun. They bought a gun for him, and they got. You can look it up. Anyway.
All right. Okay.
They can. Then you take in, like, I have aunts that work for nonprofits. One's attorney, one's a master social worker, and the people that pay them are white women and white males, just straight out. So when you read these articles and you're wondering why their shit doesn't go towards white supremacy or whatever, it's because those are the people cashing their checks, giving them their funding. So when we have this idea of black people coming together, I get it, but it's not realistic. And our entertainers are doing what they do for a brand.
Okay.
That's what they're being. Well, hold on. Now, when you're comparing India, which has their own capitalist system, and when you're comparing China, and when you're comparing Mexico,
thank you.
They can utilize those people and pay them $2 an hour to get something done. They're utilizing them as cheaper labor to stop us from progressing. And when you look at the numbers, when I walk into my job, I look to my left and right. I'm the only nigga in the room.
Right. Well,
same with these guys. And what I'm saying to you, this is collectivism, us coming together. But when you take a look in your real reality and you look to your left and right, that's how far apart we are from each other, realistically, outside of the people that live in the ghettos of Black America and shit, bro.
Right. I live that reality. Yeah, I know.
You do live that reality.
Yeah, I live that reality. Yeah, no question. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that doesn't
and what
exist.
I'm saying is, if you take a look, they can say whatever they want. Like I said, you can look up the Black Socialist Party and what they're going through right now, bro.
I think instead of us worrying about what someone else can do, we need to worry about us doing the right thing. We need to worry about doing the right thing. I mean, that's basically it. We don't.
And I want to ask you a question. What do you define as what do you define as doing the right thing within this system?
Oh man, it's simple. It's the same thing as doing the right thing, 1,000 years ago. I mean, when you live right, you live right, and no one's going to be perfect, right? But you live with some idea and semblance of God, who God is, who you are, and who you are and respect to God, and then who your people are. And then
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So when we talk about, Black Wall Street, we know that they were rebuilt, right? And during those times, the government funded everybody, made everything cheaper, and niggas couldn't sell shit, and they went out of business. So we were doing everything right? But there's a system on top of that'll throw $1 billion into Amazon, Walmart, any white establishment off our income too, and we have to compete with that, and we simultaneously go out of business with other white poor people that had interest in trade or whatever, and we did everything right to the T.
Mm-hmm.
And if what we're saying is we're not building a shovel, but you're saying Black people come together, that means you have to work with these Black women that inherently treat themselves as, wait, hold on. Yeah. You're working with Black women like my aunt that look at shit like, I'm in a pro-Black circle, then I'm gonna grab the bag from over here too.
Okay. So let me say this, bro. When you said, you made the Black Wall Street reference, you talked about how they were, they were doing everything right. I completely agree with you. One thing I do realize, I bet you that they weren't running around calling each other niggas and bitches and hoes.
Oh, that would have saved them.
And I don't, hold on. No, I'm saying the mentality. I'm saying the
my
mentality,
God.
and the mentality is we can't. Okay. Here's the
Oh
deal.
my God.
You can't be
Let him
sitting
You
talk.
gonna
around
be
referring to your own people in derogatory terms like this. Niggas. We're not niggas, man. We are human beings.
Okay,
And
but
until we get out of
And
the
then we never
mentality,
ignorant. We getting
we
goals
stop-
accomplished, man.
we
We
stop
talking about
Fam,
referring-
fam, everybody
let's
uses
stop
derogatory
referring to
terms
us-
to refer to each other. That
referring to
isn't unique to
ourselves with
us.
these derogatory terms.
How do
That
you,
isn't unique to
All right.
us. Everybody
Okay.
does
Stop
that.
referring to ourselves with derogatory terms.
I'm gonna say one last thing.
black
Especially
people,
I'm gonna
publicly.
say one thing. Last thing.
Especially publicly.
black people
Leon,
tried to
Leon.
reverse this in '93. It did not work. Okay, it didn't work in '93. How's it gonna work now?
What didn't work in '93?
You know, there's a whole what's it? C. Dolores Tucker. Whole bunch of people try to reverse this nigga bitch hoe syndrome. Right? Didn't work then. How's it gonna work now? 30 years later.
I'm going to tell you this, man. If you want to keep referring to you and yourself and your people,
I asked you a question.
so be it.
I asked
Okay?
you a question. Ask your question.
What's
How do you reverse it? Because we try.
You stop saying it.
We
You stop
tried.
You stop calling each other niggas, bitches, and
Yeah,
hoes.
Oh, that's what's holding us back.
Yeah, okay. Here, stop.
I mean, you can tell them what's coming out of your mouth, right?
Huh?
So you stop calling other black people niggas,
And then we'll
bitches,
get power.
especially publicly.
And then the white people will move out
You'll
the
get
way
power,
magically, and we'll get power, right?
Power,
That's
yeah.
how that works.
Well, you'll never get power by continuing to refer to each other as a bunch of derogatory terms.
Well, they call each
That
other derogatory
dehumanize-
terms, and they have
that
power.
dehumanize you.
All of those
Trash.
people use
Oh,
derogatory
So how,
terms to
so
describe
how do you
themselves.
how do you
Especially if you're doing that publicly.
how do you reverse it?
You
It's out
simply
now.
stop saying it.
How do you reverse it?
And
It's
then
not,
we'll
they're
have
not
power.
just me. I don't say it. How do you reverse it?
You simply stop saying it. You simply stop using those terms to refer to your own darn
So that's
people.
how we got here, calling each other niggas. That's how we got here in the North American
I can tell you
environment
one
and,
thing,
and,
man.
and all of
I can
that.
tell
That's
you
how
one
we got
thing.
here.
I'm old
Keep
enough
it
to
100. I like this guy.
I'm old enough to know I'm old enough to know rap before all of that garbage, that trash started coming out. We were calling each other niggas and bitches and all that kind of stuff. That's garbage.
Calling each other
You
niggas.
know
I'm old enough to see rap
you
before
know who.
Are you gonna let me finish?
No,
We're
I'm not. You
living-
didn't let me finish, did you?
Okay, man, I'm done. Hey, brother, thanks for having
Thank
me on.
It was great.
Green Gorilla, thanks for having me on, brother. You
All
brothers
right,
be
man.
cool, man.
Okay.
All right.
Be
Much
easy, bro.
respect to you, brother. I support what you're saying to an extent.
I support the thought and the idea.
Yes.
What I don't want men to do. Listen, I support the idea of unity. I like the idea of unity, but we're here for a short period of time, and if there's real unity, I'm with it. But
Okay,
the
let me
idea
say-
of
let me
unity,
just
to
say
throw,
this, I'm
to
gonna let
throw away
BGS
your
speak.
life for the idea of unity is foolish, and that's
Let me
my
just-
opinion.
Let me just say this, and I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna let BGS speak. Okay, unity requires you and I.
Right. Thank
It
you.
requires you and I. Now, if it's just you, then there's no unity. Okay.
Right.
If it's just I, there's no unity. It requires you and I.
Me and you, your mama and your cousin too.
But
Roll
here's
down
the.
strips on Vogue, coming up slamming Cadillac
But this is
doors.
the and I'm gonna let BGS speak.
Okay,
But this is the quintessential question: How do you take a group of people who every marker that would have unified them, a mythos, okay, familial institutions which were shattered and exploded, linguistic, language markers and just like language in general that was taken away. The very things that hold people together culturally were ripped out of black people. It's like, you ever seen the image that I could say is your astral soul being taken out of your body like Doctor Strange.
It literally bred out of you. You're like animals. Literally bred out of you.
And so, and it's one thing to say, okay, well, let's put some, because what it would require is utilizing language from the dark ghettos. It would take cultural rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Okay, it would. Okay, so, but the question then is, who's an optimal candidate for it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then also, like, how morally permissible would it be given the current context of the political, arrangements and the constellations of rights and privileges that people have in this country? Like, what would be, available to do and what would be proscribed in terms of like this kind of policy, right? Because like the shit is everywhere, bro. Like people saying like derogatory words and profanity. It's it's chock full of American culture, bro.
Yeah, nowadays it's gone too far. Yeah.
And so now I want us to unite. I read books like From Niggas to Gods.
Mm-hmm.
Like you I've listened to all of the Afrocentric literature. I've read Yerugu. I mean, I've read like Raoul Effer's, Medu Netter, like how to reprogram yourself according to the Memphite theology. And it's so many people who proffered solutions in terms of remaking the brains, the closest I've seen anybody get to it on a large scale level has been the Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
Or, the movement Garvey started.
Yeah.
Okay. Since then, the Crips and the Bloods, boy, it's a lot of guys identifying with that shit.
You know when they started identifying it really in mass is when the money came in. When the drug money came in, all of a sudden Crips and Bloods actually proliferated. They actually exploded because there's money in it. Before that, they were very small. Yeah. I can tell you that.
But even prior to that, the Crips supposed to be community revolution in progress.
It's where it started. It's
now it's about killing motherfucking Bloods and shit, and even other sets of Crips.
Yeah. They've moved from gangbangers to gangsters almost.
So look, all I can say is that the thing that ties black people together, it used to be the church. That used to be the thing and it was the South.
You know what actually tied black people together, to be honest with you?
It's called the field.
Segregation. Okay, you're forced together. Okay, you couldn't go outside your neighborhood. You couldn't go out and do business with anybody else. You couldn't go to another school. You're forced to be together. What happens when they open up the gates? Did people stay in their own neighborhoods, stay in their own schools, stay their own, go still shop at their own stores? No. What did they do? They spread out. They were forced to stay together.
And what ended up happening is you had when black people were forced amongst each other.
Yeah.
The best the best and the brightest of black people are gonna to some degree be able to curb and stem the tide on the proliferation of ignorance.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just the way any culture operates. But if you take the best and the brightest of black people and you remove them from the hordes of the black masses, then there's no exemplars that people can look up to in the immediate environment or the community. But there was you could call it a black tax, but the tax wasn't all that high to pay because, the problem hadn't even become as pronounced as it is today. The problems didn't exist. Yeah. The proliferation of single parent families, got bastards running around, reckless. It didn't exist. We talking about not to say that there weren't any negative or like criminal elements in black culture aside from, ghettoization. I'm not saying that. You're always gonna have crime everywhere, okay? But not at the degree that it is now. You didn't have hundreds of thousands of kids like Chicago. That shit is out of control.
Well, the thing is, if you look at the parallels, right, between the crack era and the black community, and look at what's going on down in Mexico, right? Where are the five most violent cities in the world? Where are they at? They're in Mexico. They're not in the United States. Why is that? Because that's where the drug trade is. It moved. Why is Colombia so peaceful now? It wasn't peaceful 30, 40 years ago because the drug trade moved. Yeah. There's no incentive to actually shoot each other up anymore, right? So the thing is, that's the neoliberal policy that that I'm finding out. I'm actually learning from Gigi, from other people about neoliberalism, right? Okay, this let them do shit, right? This crony capitalism that's been floating all over the world. And so that neoliberalism, because they wanted to make money and persecute certain things, right? They dumped this evil into the black community and try to contain it. Okay.
I got thoughts about that shit. Like
Yeah.
my viewpoint on it. Okay, so like, at the end of the day, I do believe the segregation was a good thing for black folks.
Okay.
But it was a bad thing for black folks insofar as they weren't. Self-segregation is one thing.
Yeah.
Like self-bonding, self-connection, willful involuntarily is one thing. But being told, like, you can't come around here, nigga, that's a whole different thing altogether, okay? But it was a forced kind of condition that made us cooperate.
Yeah.
And it made us develop our own infrastructure. We had to have it. But by and large, this is what I'll say. Even within the context of white culture, mom and pop shit stores and shit, like, where the fuck do you see them, bro?
On now, yeah.
Like, bro, like what used to have, like, shoe stores, TV stores, like you can go buy a television, appliance stores, you had all kinds of local businesses. Those shits don't exist anymore, man. Like, motherfuckers underestimate the power of Walmart and Amazon, bro.
Yeah.
They took, like, major department stores like Sears. When have you seen a Sears, bro?
Oh, the last Sears I saw was gotta be 10 years ago.
Used to have local hardware stores everywhere, man. Where the fuck do you go get your tools now from? You go to Home Depot.
Home Depot or Lowe's, yeah.
You used to go to Sears to get your tools. They had Craftsman tools.
Yeah.
So increasingly, what you get is these big box stores or like the Best Buy and shit like that. These places have I don't even know how the fuck Best Buy is even surviving. But I mean, apparently it's doing well in some way or the other. But like Circuit City went out of fucking business. So, I mean, Amazon, like, used to have bookstores and shit like that. Now, in the mall, you might have, like, boutique bookstores and shit like that where you can buy coffee and, I think a few of them are still open. But by and large, you don't see mom and pop stores anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
And that's because of the financialization of the economy and, like, the centralization of certain kinds of retail chains. And the way that they do business, they just are able to be cutthroat and to drive motherfuckers out of business. Mr. Z was talking about this, right? It's like, like violent capitalism.
Yeah.
How do you fucking compete with that shit?
You really don't, unless
How do you compete? And this is this is what I say. And I know it's fucked up. Black people ain't gonna like it. But I think that ADOS, even though it is the right thing to do in terms of morality and justice, in terms of strategy down the line, you're not going to get a group of white motherfuckers, man, to sign on to repairing some shit with Negroes and they're hemorrhaging as well because of the financialization of the economy, bro.
Facts.
It ain't about to fucking happen, okay? Now, I want it to happen. Do I think it ought to happen? Of course I do. Of course I do. Do I think it's going to happen?
No, it's
all I see them people, man, doing is like Lucy with the football and Charlie Brown. Niggas feel like they about to score a field goal. Right. Soon as you get ready to kick that motherfucker, Lucy done yanked it out of the way.
One of my favorite analogies.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that, and I know I'm going to do some shows about this because like one of the people who I think is really good at explaining this is a person like Adolph Reed. Okay? Or this new guy that like Dr. Neil turned me on to, this Finkelstein guy. You know what I'm saying? Who's like, ripping identity politics a new ass. Because ultimately this is what has happened in the black community. You got diversity and inclusion has become the paramount policy. And, it's a bunch of Negroes, who actually are boule talking a good talk about diversity and inclusion, but they're not carrying out the spirit of the work that was basically set up for the civil rights movement, like past MLK and all the others, man. So it's like they're not worried about economic or distributive justice anymore. They're worried about representation and tokenism.
Hey, G. These white guys, you know, now I'm seeing, you know, the Walmarts and the Amazons. I mean, right now they talking about Amazon might be a monopoly. they playing tough with each other, right? So when I hear, like, you know, these conversations, and you know, I see guys in the chat talking about, oh, y'all disrespected Dr. Fuller. It wasn't about him. It was about what he was saying. And to be honest, you know, I'm like homie in the Soldier Story. I'm tired of that old banjo spiritual shit with niggas, man. Where it's like,
and Dr. Fuller had no sympathy for me last time we met.
Oh no, I missed that. But understand, right? Like, we got to get out of this, you know, 1960s.
You mean Dr. Neely Fuller?
No. The guy that was just up here.
We got to get out of this 1960s civil rights, you know, Negro spiritual, we shall overcome bullshit, man. This is 2023, man. The landscape is hostile, even amongst people who are not us. They trying to eat each other. You think they're gonna make special concessions for us? Like, they're eating each other, bro.
You're at the bottom. You're the black jelly bean at the bottom of the jar.
Right. And these are people that got it. These are people that got, you know, power. These are people that got billions. They not playing. Playing.
You have the white middle class is going to get torn a new ass, one new rear end. Okay.
And we over here having conversations about what we shouldn't call each other. And understand this, man. However you feel about that is your right to feel that way about it. But that shit ain't going to change shit on the ground.
I was going to tell him before he got kind of rude, man, is that Ice Cube himself tried to stop it. Okay.
Right.
And this is what the people asked for. I remember Ice Cube, it said, I'm gonna change up the way I do rap. And he said, and they said, no, we need that sex and violence, man. We need what you do. They asked for it because it had gotten too far.
But let me just say this, right? This is why, you know, I lost my train of thought, but the larger point I'm trying to make, man, is that the larger economy, the financialization of the market. That's why I did all them fucking articles and put them on my blog. Like, what is the financialization of the economy? Okay, what it actually is. Like, what are derivatives? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are, you know, financial instruments and shit like this? You know, like, what is leveraging? You know, like, what is buybacks? What are buybacks and things like this? Like, how does it take place in the context of the economy at large? Like, why is the middle class not growing? Right? Why is there a high rate of inflation? Why does your dollar, even though you got more money than the average person in the 60s, right? Why doesn't it stretch as far? Right? Why is no one, like, in terms of, like, political parties actually, you know, doing as much as they can in order to try to, you know, widen and expand the middle class? Because ultimately what you have is you got two political parties, man, who are pro-business, man.
Yeah, the neoliberal parties.
They're both neoliberal, the liberals and the Democrats. And the Democrats try to hide and mask their neoliberal attitudes or their policies with a whole bunch of social shit, social issues.
Yeah.
And why should we give a fuck? Black men don't give a fuck about social issues. We don't give a fuck because none of them matter to us. They don't address any of our fucking unique concerns. And this is the reason why I think the Black Manosphere needs to exist. Yeah, it's a place where niggas complain, but damn it, we're being made aware of what we need to fucking complain about so we can actually mobilize and do something about it. If not only anything, but give voice to what the fuck we have frustrations about. That actually has a role to play in making up the mood, the disposition of a polity. It does. You just being able to speak your mind and your opinion can have an impact. It's called deliberation. It's what the fuck it is.
Hey, G,
Okay?
ain't no space where men have any like source of conversations where they ain't either talking shit or complaining about something. There's always this demand for black men to operate in a different manner than the rest of the human race, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a whole white manosphere of motherfuckers complaining about what they're dealing with, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
know, but to me, that's all a conversation to get motherfuckers to shut up about what you don't want spoken about, right?
Mhm.
As far as what old boy was saying, you know, earlier with the, you know, oh, let's not use this language, this and that and the other. Again, I as a group, we have to talk about like real agenda shit, right? If you know, the hocus pocus magic shit, that shit is in the past. We have to have conversations like those conversations that I had amongst those other groups of people. I'm sure they're not having those conversations in terms of how they are to, you know, gain yardage, achieve power, build resources and things like that. They're having a real, you know, world conversation, you know,
Mhm.
a practical conversation while niggas is still talking about that Egypt shit, right? And as far as what Big Kev said earlier when he made
Don't
the
get
sports
mad at niggas talking about the Egypt shit, bro, man.
Nah, no,
Like,
we can
It's
talk about
fine.
it's cool we talk about the Egypt shit, but you know, to be like we were the original niggas.
Well,
Like I don't want to
yeah,
listen.
but think, how do you apply that
Right,
laws ancient Egypt to today?
right.
Nobody
You
explains
can't.
it. You can't go use the whole thing. That was not going to work.
So I just want to throw in what Big Kev said. Big Kev when he was on earlier, and then I'm gonna go into what Leon has said also. Big Kev mentioned, you know, he's talking about the sports analogy. He was talking about bench warmers. I want to say, you know, Kev said he doesn't, you know, Dr. Fuller doesn't fall into the bench warmer category or the ball hawk category. I say he falls into the cheerleader category. And what cheerleaders do is they cheer other niggas to do it. Y'all niggas need to do this. Y'all niggas need to come together. Y'all need to do, y'all need to build it. Sis, boom, ba, rah, 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 right? Everybody wants the other guy to do it. So I would challenge that. What are you doing, right? You saying we should come together. How do you want to make this happen? So that even Leon is saying, yo, look what this group of people who have come together are going through. And Dr. Fuller is ignorant to what Leon is talking about. So you got a group of guys who are actually doing the shit that you're saying they should do that you don't even know what the fuck. You understand what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. Rah, 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 sis, boom, bah, shaking your pom-poms.
sis boom bow.
But that's just is what it fucking is, man. Everybody, they know how to make a speech. I'm done with speeches. I tell you know, you heard me say this, G. I don't stand on no picket line. I don't hold up no sign. I don't protest. You know, hands up, don't shoot, no justice. No, I don't fuck with none of that shit because none of that shit will get us power. Motherfuckers want to recycle the civil rights era ad nauseum. I'm good with that. If we motherfuckers want to have a real conversation about building wealth, building power for black men, I'm with it. But all of that hocus pocus, fight the power, kneeling shit, I'm done with that. I ain't got no time for that shit, man. And call it selfish if you want, but it's a bottleneck. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me just say this. Let me just say this, right? So I get your point, Marcus, man. Look,
Anubis,
I
you
get it.
funny. He said it's not easy with this Kevin. My bad, G. Forget him.
So look, peep game though. Look, at the end of the day, man, here's the chart, right? 2021, man, motherfuckers filed their taxes, right? How many motherfuckers did? 150 million, right? Approximately, right? Now, when you look at the 1%, it's only a million motherfuckers, man. 0.5 motherfuckers, man, who made like 500 G's, bro. Okay? Now, but the vast majority of people, and this is not even, you know, qualifying or you know, like separating for race, okay? The average falls in to most motherfuckers, 78 million. The vast majority, right? 42 G's, bro.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what you know, but 42 G's ain't buying you a lot of shit today, bro. Like, not even in Texas, 52 G's, 42 G's ain't buying you a lot of shit, bro.
You can't afford a house with 42 G's anymore in Texas.
You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it a beam, man. You know what I'm saying? So the point is, this is like the problems that black people have aren't just racial problems, although they're magnified by race, okay? But they're problems that are like larger than racial issues. But they hurt us the most because of racial issues, okay? Now, it could also be, and Marcus has said this on many occasions, that many of the financial policies have been made up with racial ends in view, which is the Southern strategy. We get it. I understand that fully, okay? But in order to combat it, we're going to have to create a Southern strategy of our own, where the terminology we use isn't just racially specific, but is, you know, like Sandog was saying, we need a new kind of nomenclature. We need to start using words like upgrading infrastructure, whatever type of gobbledygook you can make that says something but doesn't say anything explicitly about race. The same shit that they do. Okay? Now, I'm not saying it's going to work in the end, but I mean, it would be, at least it'll be more amenable to, you know, like a poor ass Bobby Jimmy down the street than it would just being like, I just want reparations. Like, let's expand the middle class. Let's, you know, like ameliorate the infrastructure of the city. You know what I'm like? Let's enhance the roads. Let's create new plumbing. You know what I'm saying? Let's, you know, reduce inflation. You know what I'm saying? Let's expand the healthcare pool or some shit like that. But what we doing is I want reparations. White folks ain't gonna hear that shit, bro. I'm telling you, they not, bro. Okay? So I done said what I had to say. I'm gonna let y'all, you know, weigh in, and then we gonna phase this shit out because I'm at the 3 fucking hour and 30-minute mark, bro. I expected this shit to last 45 minutes to an hour.
So GG, we both stay in Texas, right?
Right.
We know that these conservative Christians will go bankrupt and watch their mom die before they give black people health care. Okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's fucked up, but I mean, look, this is the way I look at it, right? There was an opportunity for a president to emerge in the American public that was actually populist. Like, white people like Trump because he was a white populist, okay?
Right.
But Bernie Sanders actually was the populist, the real populist.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna get elected, but yeah.
But I mean, there was an opportunity, and guess what? Wealthy, rich-ass white liberals, gay motherfuckers and all that shit, all these identity group motherfuckers crushed the Bernie Sanders campaign.
Yeah.
GG. They twisted his Swedish idea of healthcare and well-being. They literally, he was ahead 20 points. They shut it down for COVID. You look the next day, Joe Biden's up like 30 points. I was sick. And I told my mom, I was like, Bernie. And she's like, Bernie will never win. I was like,
they'll never elect a socialist
Yeah.
in the United States for president. It's not gonna happen.
And y'all know who I was going to vote for because you know what I'm on, BGS.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is I knew that when he first started running. I said, they're not gonna elect him. Okay, not in life, because the last time a socialist ran, they put him in prison.
Yeah, you know, but he's one of them socialists they let hang around though. They ain't.
No,
He
can hang around.
Yeah, that motherfucker. He's still in Congress. You know what I'm saying? So
he'll be right there, but he's not gonna be president.
No. But I mean, there was a slim chance.
Okay, all right.
But I mean, at the end of the day, like the only thing I don't like about the American public right now is how stupid they are. Like this racial thing. It's a thing about the American populace, the white American populace. They'll cut their own noses off to spite their faces, man, because they don't want niggas to have shit. They'll fuck over their own health care. They'll fuck over their own rights. They'll engage in self-flagellation because they don't want you to eat. And to me, that's some disturbing behavior, man. That's some psychologically disturbing behavior. Till you'll starve yourself because you don't want to see a person. And I've said this before. I know, and I don't want people to get upset by this, but I believe that people are, because we got our own kind of tribalisms going on with people who consider themselves to be ADOS, FBA, or whatever, B1s or whatever the case may be. But look, I don't know how many genes, man, go into the makeup of skin color, but I know that the amount related to like the overall package, the bundle of characteristics that go into making a human being what they are, like it's fucking infinitesimal, man.
Right.
These are the facts about human beings, man, scientifically and genetically. Like less than 2 to 3% of the genes that we have go into making what skin color and the texture of our hair is, okay? Or the color of our eyes are. But we take those superficial characteristics of those genes and use them to extrapolate what the entirety of the moral, intellectual, and political fabric of our lives will be.
Well, that's what white people do.
Yeah,
Well, that's exactly what white people did it.
We're doing it now because we want to stay separated. So we're doing the same thing. We don't think so, but we are.
Go ahead. I don't want
my viewpoint on this is, it's utter fucking insanity. Like, and this is why, like, I take a big historical approach. Now, I know big history is controversial only insofar as it was something that was like promoted by some people who I have some problems with. But I think that overall, like Bill Gates, I have a problem with Bill Gates.
You should. Yes, you should.
Yeah. But I mean, the big historical narrative is not a bad narrative, cosmologically and cosmogonically. I think it's brilliant because it gives us a big historical approach starting from the beginning of what we know about the universe itself.
An overall arc of a story.
14 billion, the bang. Hydrogen and helium. The other 7 elements, iron, I can't remember them all, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, the 7, then all of a sudden you get supernova, okay? And the formulation of stars would give rise to the other elements in the periodic table of elements. Worlds, develop and shit like that. Then we tell the story of our planet amidst the billions of fucking planets that exist in the universe, okay? And then you talk about Goldilocks conditions, which give rise to life on our planet and how fragile it is and how complexity can evolve out of seeming non-complexity and shit like that. And then, you start talking about like human history and where it developed. Like we're 200,000 years old as a species. All this shit about like, well, I'm white and I'm European and I'm African and we all come from the same fucking stock.
Yeah, we do.
But we don't want to fucking believe it because we have a small historical approach instead of a big historical approach. We share more in common than we do in difference. But we don't give a fuck about the fucking shit we share in common. It's like the shit we have in difference is the thing that's the most important. But that's just human beings, man. Like, I mean, white human beings, black human beings, whatever the case may be. Look, I'm not here to really, I'm just saying the shit we're doing is utterly fucking insane, man. Like to the planet, to ourselves. But I guess that's the stock we come from. Like we're fucking apes.
That's human nature, yeah.
But when you go to places that are, homogenous, they choose other things to base their differences on. So like we're here, we have this, class as race, situation in America. Understand when you go to other places, you leave the country, you go to, Asia, you go to this place or that place where everyone looks alike, then it's really about class. Then it's really about other things, the small differences and, fuck those people on the west side. Fuck those people on the left side, like that type of thing, and it's all tribal. And to what you said earlier, BGS, like I don't subscribe to the skin tribalism thing, as far as reproductively and things like that, right? I mean, we've had this conversation to death. My thing, because I think me personally, that's what's holding us back because other groups of people do not tie their genetics to their specific group or to their geographical location. They spread their shit out, and what ends up taking place is the people who they spread it out to end up, you know, assuming the culture and the beliefs of the colonizer. And gee, remember the video I did, Colonize Latin America, and you know that goes to what you were saying earlier about black men leaving the country and doing this and doing that, as opposed to just going there to you know get some pussy and come home, right?
But it's got to be enough of us. There's not enough of us to actually do that.
I mean, well, how many pilgrims at first came here? Or how many of the Spanish, like, it starts somewhere, right? Like how we always say, well, this and that starts somewhere. But at the end of the day, if this ain't our block, right? And you know, whoever's running the block, if it's Sosa, if it's Scarface, whoever it is, and we ain't got the men or the guns or the this or that to take it over, and we, like Dr. Fuller said, pick up shovels, either we gonna pick them up to dig our graves, or we gonna pick them up to dig a foundation somewhere on a block that ain't taking over, where ain't nobody fighting.
I've been saying that, but you have a whole continent. But I've been saying that for like 20 years. But the thing is, the vast majority of black people have decided that they're gonna make their last stand here.
Right, and like I told you before, BGS, they can do that. I just won't stand with them. And now if people, I just want to say this: if
okay, go ahead.
Because I've been called selfish or individualist by saying that. No, that's intelligent. It's intelligent. Why would you keep doing the same shit the same way, the way it hasn't been working forever? Like, that shit is insanity, right? That's what we call it, right?
Yeah, it
so
is,
if it has been proven not to work, we've done it again and again and again and again, it's not working. I'm not of the mind that I'm gonna waste my years doing something that's been proven not to work. If other people decide they want to do that, I will let them do so. I'm not, you know, as some other people would say, you know, gonna troll or chase or this. Fuck all of that. I will put my limited time and energy into either a plan for me or a collective plan amongst a group of individuals who are practical and who are, you know, critical thinking people, and for a plan that actually works. That's intelligence.
You know why Europeans came over here in mass like they did, and most people don't even talk about it, right?
Running from their monarchies and
no. Most people don't even talk about it, right? China was the biggest manufacturer back then in the 15th, 16th century. China was the biggest manufacturing place in the world, on the globe, right? World leader, right? They only accepted silver in trade. Okay. When the conquistadors came to Mexico, guess what they found?
silver.
A mountain of silver. They became wealthy in a few years, right? And they said, "Oh shit! If they found it and found all this wealth, maybe we can." That's what started the gold rush or the silver rush over here. That's what started.
Yeah, that's precisely what I mean. Mercantilism was the driving force behind the colonization of the New World. Not capitalism as much as, I mean, it eventually evolved. It eventually evolved into capitalism. Yeah. But the initial impetus was the scramble for the European powers to build up their coffers with silver and gold that they found in the New World. That's just the way. That's just the fucking facts. From Spain to England to France to Portugal. That's what the fuck they were involved in. Coming here, lying to the native population and killing the fuck out of them to get to the gold and the silver, the precious metals.
They killed 30 million Aztecs, man, digging up their silver. So 30 million Aztecs had to die so that the New World, so that the Europeans could actually prosper. Okay. Ugly.
Wait, the what you call it of Spain made that order.
Isabel, Ferdinand, Isabella.
Oh God, damn!
It was actually the Catholic Church.
Yeah, the Catholic Church.
The Pope.
Yeah.
The Catholic Church gave their papal bull allowing this stuff to actually go on. And then when it got down to the last million of those Aztecs, they said you can't kill them all. They started inbreeding with them.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I wanted to also say is, eventually it became like a selling point for people in Europe, like to come to the New World for opportunity. Like it's like it's free land there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they were prospecting. It's you can come here, do an indenture, and then you can have your own land. Okay? And this is part of the whole, the connection, especially, with the rise of the Industrial Revolution, the connection between masculinity and making money and, acquiring land and shit like, actually it's colonialism. The process of colonialism was connected to masculinity, bro. But people miss that. You know what I'm saying? Like the prospecting man willing to fight and to brave the wilds and the shit, to civilize a continent.
The crackers
That was to them. That to them was indicative of masculinity.
Yeah, and I want to say this to all the people that believe the chematologists, right? And this is something that my teacher told me a long time ago about the Egyptian priest or the Kemet priest, right? They looked and they see what the environment was and the time scale it was, and they actually adopted their language and their religion to those times in the environment, not the other way around. So if you're gonna start a religious practice, bring people back, you have to align it with the time and the environment. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. That's been forever.
And this is very important for people to understand. Look. This is one thing I want to leave people with. I have to do a show. I think this deserves a series, but I don't think it'll be popular amongst men. I don't, but it ought to be. Okay. In traditional culture, like black people have a Western mindset. In the United States, I don't know about Africa. I don't know about the Caribbean. I don't know about Brazil and all the other countries. Haiti. All I know is how black people think here. Okay, we think like white folks. Okay?
We do. Yeah.
And the reality is that in Western culture, money making was never synonymous with masculinity, man.
Right.
Now, people don't get this because today this is what we consider to be the measure and the mark of what a man is. And it's primarily related to what. I mean, to use the great nomenclature that Marcus has devised, the bitches, okay?
Right.
Okay? But the reality is, think about it. The Greeks, they definitely did not connect manhood to money making. The Vikings didn't, okay? The Germans didn't, okay? I mean, even Asian tribes, like Native American tribes that did not connect masculinity with money or wealth acquisition, okay? And if they did connect it to wealth acquisition, it was the process in which you went about it, okay? Like, taking the shit is masculinity. Like, okay, motherfucker, you got something I like? I'm gonna take it with force. That was considered masculinity to them, okay? So, like, think about ancient Greece. Yeah, they thought that trade and business and manual labor were necessary, but they weren't prestigious for the regular Athenian citizen. Now, wealth is admired, but it's admired only insofar as either you inherited it or you won it in war. That's how you attain wealth, okay? Respectfully. In like, say, for example, ancient Greek culture. And look at Plato's Republic. In it, Plato criticizes money-making pursuits and says it corrupts the soul, okay? And Aristotle had the same viewpoint. And he said that the life of business was incompatible with the life of virtue, okay? Now, I'm just telling you I'm telling you the truth now. Now, contemporarily, women have entered into the fucking market. And I said this shit. So if a chick makes more money than me, she's more of a fucking man than I am.
Right.
This shit doesn't even make sense. And it's not that these women are actually, like doing some shit that's like actually masculine. They fucking have laws and policies that favor them in the marketplace because why? White bitches insisted on it. This is the only reason that it is. And it was introduced as a way to interrupt or stymie black progress in the civil rights movement. It's all it was.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
And niggas can't see it. The Negroes can't see it for what it is. And now you got all of these same bitches demanding that men have money for them.
Yeah.
But they're in the marketplace taking away jobs from men who would fucking give them what the fuck they want.
Yeah.
Saying
It's
it
ass,
for more
it's
than
ass,
10 years.
it's ass
It's
backward.
timing in
Yeah.
our education at that. We see the reading levels. Can I add to that? But
Mhm.
the same, I know BGS wants to say it, but I want to
No,
say
go ahead. No, go ahead.
the same ladies that push that forward are still trying to redefine masculinity to women, and they're not buying it.
Right.
Yeah.
The and I will say this and then BGS. And I've said this on numerous streams. How the fuck can you complain about having to date down because you were given the money that you said the wage gap wasn't giving you? So
Mhm.
you're mad
Yeah.
if you make more than the man, but you're
Mhm.
mad if you make less than the man, and you're
Mhm.
mad if you make more, and you're mad if you make less, and there's a circle jerk that happens there.
Mhm.
We give you the money, and then if we give the men more money so that they can maintain this financial advantage
Mhm.
that you want in your relationship, then there goes that wage gap again
Mhm.
that you complained about, right? So which is it? Because everybody can't make the same money.
Mhm.
But I did a
It's
show
about
about this.
power.
I did a show about this.
It's how our pussy feels. That's just what it comes down to.
Right, but then, and I'm gonna say this real quick, G.
Mhm.
The argument that men make more for the same job position or job title, nobody does the same job the same, right? You got
So-
men, right? You got men who
Mhm.
are hairdressers that make more money than women. Now you have to ask yourself, because this was the argument that some chick made to me. I know a chick that's a hairdresser.
Oh, I got it.
There are men, right? Whoever follows me on Facebook may have seen this.
Mhm.
There are men who make more money doing women's hair than women. So you have to ask yourself, is it the patriarchy that these women would rather pay men more to do their hair, or are they simply better at the fucking job than you?
No, it's beyond that. So if you actually look at it, it's not only hair, it's not only makeup, it's not only nails,
No,
it's
of course.
everything doing with the woman's body that she does not want another woman that may be in competition or may downgrade her to do any of that. They rather have a guy and pay a guy more because guys work off merit and the work that they do. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
mean,
these women don't utilize women to do their hair. Well, women do their hair, but makeup and all that, you still see guys leading in it.
Yeah,
bro.
gay men lead
but
the
bro,
way.
but
They're
bro,
better at it.
But let's face it, men in many cases are at the top of these fields, just period. And when I say at the top, I don't just mean with money, but I'm talking about with the skills, right? Whether they straight men or gay men or whoever, these are the guys who do it better, right? We don't want to talk about cooks or you know, STEM or whatever. Like not only, because another thing is men put in the hours, bro. They put in the hours because it's competitive, because they're competing with other men. It's the same analogy that I made earlier with, you know, the white folks are eating each other in these corporate environments. Men aren't bending over for other men.
Let me just say this shit. Let me just keep this.
Sense.
Let me keep this. I want to respond to Mago, right? Okay, so let me just say this. It might be easy for a white man to out earn and to out compete against a white woman in certain respects, but not absolutely so. But I know for a fucking fact, it's definitely easy for a white woman to compete with a black man in any fucking corporate, academic, or state-based endeavor. That's just the biggest beneficiaries of diversity and inclusion policies and diversity hiring and affirmative action are white women.
So I want to throw one more thing in there. And this is coming from the environment that I come from, or occasionally, you know, dabbling. Understand this, right? Because we talk about men's salaries, women's salaries. Understand the areas where women make the most money, more money than men, are usually areas where they are collecting men, or better yet, they are collecting money from the very interest that we have in them in the first place.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? Sex industry, modeling, this and that. So
Yeah.
where they out earn us is exploiting our basic instinct interest in them in the first place. Right? That's where they really win at. That's where they retreat to when everything else falls apart.
Yeah.
When everything else, all this other shit, my bad. When everything else falls apart, they go right back to, dangling that ass.
That's base metal. But the thing is, this country has allowed this structure to be rebuilt for equity, right? And put their thumb on the scale and actually favor women for like 50, 60 years. Okay. And you put women in this place of men. You gave them a job, you give them affirmative action, you educate them over the men, and you put them in place to be equal to men. Okay. Now you're equal. You don't get to ask for more. Got to do the same thing that the provider male would do. Your provider female got to do the same thing that he would do. If you don't, that's what they said. It's going to implode.
Did you see the video that Arami did today?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh man, you have to watch that video.
Okay, I'll watch it. Okay.
So here's the fucking the utter inconsistency and the thing that just drives men fucking insane.
Right.
About all of this shit is. So he basically was doing like an assessment of problems associated with bell hooks. Okay. So here bell hooks is, and she's a heterosexual woman, okay? And she's like, well, I haven't been able to find a man, and I'm looking for a man. Damn, you 50 years plus. She's dead now, but I'm just saying, like, you're teetering on the edge of the brink of entropy and annihilation, okay? Death is imminent, okay, in your world. But you say that, it's turning you off because everywhere you look is patriarchy. Okay, all right. But then it comes down to a conversation she's having with Gloria Steinem. They're in dialogue with each other and shit. And Gloria Steinem was making mention of a previous husband that she had, or ex-husband, and he didn't really care that much about money. And then here come Bell Hooks saying, well, I can't, in essence, I can't deal with a man like that. It wouldn't be me. I couldn't really.
Oh, yeah. Typical sister, yeah.
Well, hold on, wait a minute. Isn't demanding that a man have money be part of the fucking patriarchy? Isn't this what you require? Isn't this your desiderata that is incommensurable with your whole idea of smashing the patriarchy? Why the fuck do you even need a man with money? You don't need one. Why the fuck do you even desire it?
I've said that a million times.
She desires someone that's mentally equally yoked to the leftist perspective and uplifts her. I can go all day on that, but
no, man, the bitch is, to me, what it is a visceral response to women and what they say they want versus what they profess to want versus what their fucking biological, they're encoding over hundreds of thousands of years tells them what's really attractive and what they really want and need.
G, you have at least 10 videos on your channel with me in the video saying they don't want what they say they want. I've said that at least 10 times, right?
That's true. That is true.
These women, they want the benefits of patriarchy, but they don't want to be obligated to it. I've said that a million times. Everything that they're asking for from men is patriarchy at the end of the day. Cinderella complex. These women get their degrees and their jobs and this and that so they can have their money to spend at their leisure for the things that they want without having to ask us. They don't want to have to ask us to buy the handbag or the new shoes or this or that. Their money that they're getting this education or getting this job for is not for paying bills. It is not for taking, feeding themselves. It is not for the things that they need to do as an adult to live. It is spending money. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. That's all. It's a more
right.
The thing I made a video and I couched it in these terms: a more propra. This is what is driving all of this shit. Like the luxurious lifestyle. Man, look, even I complain about this shit, but like, let's just keep it a buck, right? Most Americans buy what they want and they beg for what the fuck they need, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucked up, but it's one of the things that we do as Americans, man. Like consumer credit debt and shit like that. Like we just go out, we buy shit impulsively, thinking that it'll make us happier, and then we go out and it doesn't. I mean, immediately it does, but like it dissipates, and then we go have to get the shot of adrenaline or serotonin from doing the same shit again. Okay, women are particularly prone to this behavior, but at the end of the day, what might have been, part of a biological function, it doesn't have a reasonable expression in contemporary culture, man. It just doesn't, man. There is no new land to forge in America, bro. Like, it might have been part of the 19th century United States. It definitely is not at the current moment, man. This motherfucking shit is all from sea to sign and sea that manifest destiny has been fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You got plumbing, lights, air conditioning, roads and shit everywhere. Okay? They really obviated the need for men, for real. They really have.
Yeah.
And then took all the fucking jobs away from men who built the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then they complain, well, I want a man who does X, Y, and Z. You nested the environment and fucked it up in such a way that like you're killing, like sexual differences, like in sexual roles and gender roles.
Yeah, you created your own Mount Utopia.
But then again, like BGS is saying, this might just be a function of industrialism in general anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But because it gives rise to the possibilities of making men and women equals.
Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna actually react to a video by Mark Meets Africa. He was in Tanzania, talking about the very same thing that's going on right now in Tanzania. It's just starting, about women complaining about what they don't have, about luxuries and shit like that. Two guys that are indigenous. So I might do a video on that one.
Yeah, because they seeing this shit on the internet.
And that's the issue.
No. Actually, it's not on the internet. The thing is, as they develop, right, there's shit in town that they see that people have in the stores and shit like that, right? And they go back to their village and say it's not there. I can't live like that because I want what's in the city. So that's what they're going through right now. But
I got
you. If that makes sense.
But I mean, if they not, I'm sorry, G, if they're not seeing what's online, when they do, that shit is going to be magnified. Go ahead, G. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
But I think the Industrial Revolution is predicated upon the advancement of technology in forces of production. That's what to me, what the Industrial Revolution signifies. To me, okay? So, new forces of production driven by technology, and this is where I go to Heidegger, which, it ain't as complicated as it's made out to be. But the whole point is, technology creates leveling in the world of men. So you don't have to be an expert anymore. You can just do it because the technology allows you to do it. Cook an entire meal in the microwave in minutes.
Sounds like a book, G.
No, I mean, but this shit has already been said. So
what I'm saying is when you add that to the relationship piece with women and feminism, that kind of stuff. Okay,
for sure. Yeah,
I don't think that's been said. I think you are the perfect person to actually write a book like that.
Yeah, hey, maybe so. So, there you go. Because I want to put one together real soon anyway. But the whole point is, like, technology levels people. From experts to not everybody becomes an expert in a sense, right?
Look at ChatGPT right now, right?
Boy, I mean, I research with ChatGPT. There's no question. You'd be a dummy not to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can have like ChatGPT argue with you about where the weaknesses in your argument are.
Oh wow!
Get the fuck out of here!
Wow!
No bullshit. That's what you should do. Like, okay, here's my argument, okay? What are the weaknesses associated with this position? And Can you point to or allude to any logical fallacies that you can pinpoint in it?
That's interesting.
Damn.
I need to check that out. I love the logical fallacy aspect of it. But what I want to say is this, and I want to make this known. I mean, we 4 hours in. This is what a manosphere conversation sounds like. Nobody's bitching, nobody's complaining, nobody like, oh, the bitches did this to me, and blah, 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 blah. I understand, like, you know, these conversations, right? Like what's being talked about right now, right? The idea that these discussions don't happen or ever happen is crazy. It's crazy.
They used to, when I had on my college team, they used to happen all the time.
And,
But you got to get past the bitches first.
No, but I mean, but we do, and it happens normal. There's a lot of conversations, especially by the PhDs, and especially even with you, that happen. But those things get ignored. It's not like nobody talks about women. We all talk about women, but we don't all talk about women all the time, and we don't always. I don't. Again, like I said in the top when I came in here, I want to know the names of the people that are bitching and moaning about, oh, they're doing that to me, and I need to know who those guys are, and so that you know that channel we can say, okay, this guy is doing this, and then he got all these guys in the chat that are crying and you know trauma bonding with him. Not only that, but you know what was the other accusation? That and the the shame, blame, and explaining. I don't know anybody that I directly associate with that brings women on to tell them what they need to or don't need to do. As a like how Maury does the shows with the paternity thing. Like I don't know anybody that does that, like, and that's like their platform, right? I've had women on, you've had women on BGS. I don't think that that's something that we lead with. Like that's not like the whole format of the channel is to find 3 women to jump on and shit and tell them how they fucking up the community type shit. Like I don't know anybody in the space like this. I in the manosphere like this. And if there are, I need someone, because I might be wrong. And if you name somebody, they better be manosphere. Don't tell me about the guys who are not manosphere, or at least, pardon me, black manosphere. Right? Because if you're gonna accuse the black manosphere of having these sorts of, don't tell me one person either, because then you're using that one person to characterize all of us, right? So give me more than half, or name me 5 people that's their format, to bring women on their platform and shame them and tell them all the shit that they're doing wrong, and they shouldn't do this, and they shouldn't, they should agree with black men and not abuse them and
I'm gonna tell you who is doing that shit. I'm gonna tell you who doing that shit hella hard.
Who?
Danica Marie, Kendra.
Right.
Like what's Crimson
Shay.
Cure,
Shay Sharday and people
right? Like
that.
they are talking to women like, look, bitch,
Yeah.
here's where y'all fucking up.
And Melanie King, but it ain't us. It
ain't us.
If motherfuckers is saying, yo, motherfuckers,
and I'm not hating on them for doing that. Just let me just say that.
Look, it's cool that they're doing that, but again, the context is that black men are doing this, and we're ruining the brand of black men in the black manosphere, male content creators. That's what we talking about. Male content, because we ain't telling the women, go get skills and resources. We talking to the men, right? I like this keep shit contextualized to what's being said and not lean this way or that way and none of that bullshit. At the end of the day, I need names. I need motherfucking names. That's it.
But you know, man, all they gonna, man, let me just tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna end up fucking implicating in some way BGS and him talking about bringing bitches back to the table, which you've done to some degree. I'm not gonna look. I don't want to facilitate an argument between you two at all now. No. Fuck that shit.
Okay, basically, I would say it really in like 30 seconds, right? That was part of Manosphere 2.0. Obsidian, O'Shea, and Valdez all agreed on that shit at the very beginning. Okay.
Nobody denies that, but what I'm saying is the characterization of we're here in 2023. The characterization is being made that because anytime we talk about the women black to the table, Obsidian's name. Well, Obsidian is one motherfucking person.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, and this isn't my difference with you, BGS. This is my difference with people who are saying that's like I said earlier, the talking points of maybe one or two people is being used to characterize a group of men who have different points of view, different speech patterns, different channels, and different things. And if you're going to make an argument, you have to analyze this group of people, and then for you to even say that most of them are making the argument, you have to prove that. Give me names, because if you name 2 guys and there's 10 guys in the room, then that's 2%.
I mean,
Or
the
20%,
thing is,
whatever.
I just did a stream about I just did 2 streams about the table, right? So I asked the guys that are going back and forth with it, right? Okay, who do you guys want to date? Like, had like 10 people on the panel. Who you guys want to date? You guys want to date out? You want to go SYSBM? Half of them still said what? Black women, American black women. And they still say the same thing. I said, so that's where the table talk comes in. Okay, that's what
Right.
comes
I
in
mean,
at.
and no pun intended, but I'll see what I want to. I'm gonna have a discussion with someone whose name I won't mention here, and then I actually want to have a discussion with me and you, BGS, one-on-one, right? But yeah, and we'll do that when we do it. But at the end of the day, look, nothing that you just said, I don't disagree with what you just said, right? But I think number one, our approaches to that are different, and they can be, right? But what I'm saying is that when it comes to these guys saying that 1 or 2 guys, point of views paints the space, and then whatever you feel about those points of view, then you start throwing firebombs at niggas. I'm not with that. And motherfucker, you gonna have to stand on it. Like, you're gonna have to make it make sense to me when we have this conversation. Like, it got to make sense.
Yeah.
You understand?
Well, at the end of the day, man, look, this is the way I look at the whole table thing anyway, from what BGS told me about it. He's basically saying, but look, you had a group of guys that really want to fuck with chicks, but they got a problem with how these chicks are acting in the current dating market in the United States. Okay,
Right.
It ain't that, like a person, like, I'll mention the name, you know what I'm saying? Since you ain't gonna fucking mention it, I have no disrespect, but I mean, it does irritate me a little bit. Like the M1 dude. So it's like, okay, look, you got dudes who want chicks, but they got bread. It ain't like these motherfuckers broke. They got money and shit. Okay? Got a lot of bread, got a lot of so-called 92 octane according to your system. They got money. It's just they can't find no hoes. The bitches are they sassy, nasty, not classy. They got kids and shit, all kind of crazy shit. Where can I find some decent chicks with home training that ain't trying to fucking be a Klingon mating? You know what I'm saying? Be a Klingon mating with you.
There's a video coming up about that one too. Okay, well, go ahead.
But I mean, that's the point. Like, it's like, it ain't like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't like, like I got a problem with money and resources. Like, that ain't what the issue is. The problem is, for some guys, that is the issue.
Yeah. Understand this. I understand all the points of view, right?
Right.
But
Reduction.
The understanding is not the thing. It's both sides have parts of what they're saying that make sense. So as opposed to discuss, and this is what I plan to do, and I'm not going to do it right now. What I plan to do is speak to both sides of this discussion. And I want to get past the parts where we agree and then go into discussing the parts where we don't. Because that's where
that's fair.
That's where the conversation lives. That's where the conversation lives at. And of course, this will be done respectfully. Like me
it
and
should
BGS
be done
has a
respectfully.
history.
Look, I have no problem with that guy or none of them guys. But what does it does irk me though? This is what irks me about it though. I don't like motherfucking meta conversations that are basically based around me being a pussy. And I mean, ultimately, this is what the shit is. You're a crybaby. You're not a real man. If There are times in my life, man, where I have fucking actually cried, dog. Like, so that means I was less than a man while I was crying and some shit. Like I wasn't a man as soon as I felt pain emotionally. To me, it doesn't fucking. To me, it doesn't. It's one thing to cry and to bring about awareness through the pain that you've experienced and to make other people aware of it so they can avoid it. And it's another thing to just cry incessantly and like be caught up in the same emotional state in like in a loop. That's resentment. I don't encourage that amongst anybody.
Right.
Okay? The whole point though is to learn, like men are human beings, man. At the end of the day. And in the United States, black men have a unique form of vulnerability. It is what it is. Now you can try to imagine it away and think like, to me it's like, Dave Chappelle talking about The Secret and how stupid it is. Like, you ever seen the skit where Dave Chappelle's like, you ever seen that movie? It's The Secret. And, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard, nigga.
Right. I mean,
imagine, like a motherfucking Africa. Distended belly, flies all in his eyes and shit. Right. And a motherfucker telling the kid, well, you're just not positive enough. You need to imagine having a nice fucking juicy steak. Man, fuck that shit, nigga.
Right.
It's not about this is not a new age science thing here going on, man. We're not thinking positively, so positive things aren't coming our way.
Right.
It's not. This is not the law of attraction, man.
And that's why I don't
we're talking about historical realities, man, that black men in general have to deal with. It's best for men to acknowledge it for what it actually is,
right? Instead
of trying to use new age science and law of attraction theories and that kind of shit in order to try to assess where they're going and what they can and what they can't do. Now I don't have a problem with being positive and optimistic. I have no issue with being optimistic. Be as optimistic as you want, man. Long as you keep your head to the sky, whatever the fuck that group had. Be optimistic. Yeah. Okay, great. But also, be optimistic within parameters of reality.
Yeah. What did Apostle Paul say, man? Faith without works is what? D-E-A-D. Dead. Read your own books.
Look, all I'm trying to say is the sky is the limit. Okay? Now you can it's one thing to think that you can get to the sky through rocket propulsion or jet engines or some shit. It's another thing altogether to think that you can do so by fucking leaping with your fucking legs like you're gonna jump out the gym and get to the motherfucking California in 2 hours. It's not gonna happen, nigga. Can't leap tall buildings in a single bound. You ain't Superman.
You gotta believe in yourself, G.
Man, there are limits and
stop
parameters.
saying nigga. So stop saying nigga. I'm sorry,
man. It's a habit, man. I don't mean anything bad by it.
If you stop, you'll be able to jump off the building.
Stop it, man. Stop fucking with dude,
God damn it, Dr.
Don't fuck with Dr. Fuller like that, man.
A PhD motherfucker. Come on, man.
Don't go on Dr. Fuller like that, man. He just trying to contribute to the conversation.
I understand, but the thing is, when I asked him, okay, how do you stop people from saying it? Well, they just have to stop saying it. That doesn't mean anything, okay?
Yeah, especially if people have been habituated into it. And look, let me tell you something. When I say it is a term of endearment. It is predicated upon habit. I am cognizant and aware of the various ways in which black people have internalized deprecating images and stereotypes about themselves.
No, it ain't just us. Bro, listen, what I need black people to do is this. Every group on the face of this earth uses the derogatory terms that describes their group. All of them do it. All of them do it. And again, the rules always change with us. Even women say, bitch, that's my bitch. Ooh, me and my bitches. And the bitches, oh, hey, what's up, bitch? Hey, bitch. Right?
That horse is already out the gate, man.
Right. But we are the only ones charged with this stupid moral standard, right? Of having the we have to change that, and if we dress like this, and we stop talking like this, and we walk like this, and we wear bow ties everywhere, and all of these things that the environment tells us, black man, if only you did this, then people will do this. Your woman will do this, and the white man will do this, and you'll get this job, and then you'll get this property, and this and this and this. Every group. And I don't care who in the chat disagrees, because it's a fact. Okay. I've heard the small hats use words to talk about themselves. I've heard Italians call themselves guineas. I've heard them use all of these words. I've heard them use all of these words, bro. And they ain't looked at, oh, we need to stop calling each other this and that and it. They don't care about that. It means nothing in the grand scheme of your collective progress. But niggas, all this, well, if you stop saying nigga, then you gain power, and the Lord will shine upon you, and the clouds will part, and the big trumpet will come out, and fuck out of here with that bullshit. That's another thing that's holding black people back is Christianity. And that's one thing. That's another thing that black people don't want to hear.
Opiate of the masses.
That's another thing we don't want to hear.
I fuck
man.
with the Christianity though, man. So I have to,
look, do what you do.
I have to, like I'm not gonna argue with you because it'll be a way long and protracted conversation.
Nah, we ain't gonna do that.
We already 4.5 hours in. We're gonna let
slaves obey your masters.
So having said that, man, look, I'm so happy to have y'all, man, come and chat with me this evening. Ultimately, the conversation, to me was just about something very simple. Stop telling me to do shit.
That you're not willing to do yourself.
Right. I mean, stop putting these fucking norms and expectations about me and what the fuck I need to be doing predicated upon the supposed quote unquote title I have, like what I need to be doing in order to demonstrate my fitness for you.
But G, that's a meta conversation, right? See, when you tell me to stop telling you to do shit, you're telling me to not do that. You understand how that works? You can't tell me not to do shit neither, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It go in the circle. You telling me not to do what I'm telling. Nah, man, I ain't got to listen to you. I tell you
in philosophy, we call that shit like, like the third man argument. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like perceive it like it's an infinite regress. Like, it can go into an infinite regress. So,
but I'll say this, Gigi, just by you guys being here, okay, just by your presence here is a lot. It's huge. It's major in this space. Nobody else has this. So you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You already contributed a lot just by being here.
But look, man, I ain't shit, man. I'm not like, look, I don't have I'll tell men, I don't have all the solutions. I'm not your leader. I'm not your pastor. I'm not your game coach. I'm not your pussy whisperer. I'm not here. Like, I don't, like, what am I supposed to do, man? Like, fix all. I believe, like, do I believe in leadership? Yeah, I do. However, I'm not postulating myself or positioning myself as a leader in this space. Right. I'm not saying, follow me. Right. Like, like the fucking Ghost of Christmas Past and on Fred Sanford and shit. Follow me. You don't have to follow me, man. You don't have to. You can take whatever I say with a grain of salt if you want to. Right. You can take the information I give you and see it as entertaining if you want to. You can see it as useful and practical or theoretical and abstract and not so practical if you want to. Because sometimes I'm abstract, sometimes I do say things that have some practical import. Okay, but at the end of the day, bro, I'm not positioning myself as somebody who's going to save your life. I'm not gonna draw you out. That's why the first person, like, no disrespect, man, I'm not even, the first person I heard start playing around with that bullshit idea was one of the people, I think his name is Sheep Stay Sleep, no disrespect, but it was like the heal before we build type of thing, and what the doctors are supposed to be doing, and if they ain't healed, then we can't build with them, and, I'm like, bro, we human, man, just like y'all, man. We go through the same shit in this culture and society as y'all do. Okay? I'm not positioning myself as an MLK, bro. And if I was, you wouldn't follow me no way. Today, anyway, because people just ain't into that kind of vibration no way anyway. But I was like, damn, this whole we gotta heal before we can build shit. Like, I'm like, dude, what
that went.
I'm like, they don't even fuck with each other no more.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, like that. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck was the point in all that shit?
Yeah, and had we listened to them, basically there would be no Kevin, there would be no global black manosphere as we have actually had listened to them.
I'm just like, what's the like? There's no way we can heal from this shit. Like, I mean, because it's a wound that keeps opening back up over and over again anyway. And it's like we can't all hold hands before we fucking move forward, bro.
Yeah.
It can't happen, bro.
If you have a disease, they don't send you to a pig farm to heal, right? Put you in a hospital. Gotta get out of that situation.
I found it to be divisive on purpose.
It was.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, well, you know, you don't need to listen to these motherfuckers because of this and this. All you had to do is just come out and say, hey, man, I'm not listening to you, bro. I don't like what you have to say. Instead of trying to say, well, these guys are supposed to be here and they're supposed to be taking us there. Yeah. Why don't you take us there? Why is the title necessary for you to take us there? This is, again, be the change you want to see. Don't ask what the manosphere can do for you. Do something. Ask what you can do for the manosphere.
They don't want it to change. They didn't want it to change. You guys represented change, and that's what made them scared. You guys represent real change. Now you have to do something instead of talk, because the access to these other spaces is here. Now what you gonna do instead of being bitching with each other and backbiting?
I've said it on multiple videos. Nobody's coming to save you. Said it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. That's why it's SYS, right? So again, when I say SYSBM, I ain't necessarily, and I say this repeatedly, you know, I understand there's a movement and they have their belief system and this and that and the other. I like the term because of the first three letters, save yourself. Right? So, you know, when people talk about I'm a rugged individualist and all that, it's not that, but you know, and G has said this on the stream before, you got to save yourself before you can save others. Yeah. Right. Before you can even participate in a collective anything. Yeah. You got to save you.
Man, you got to put the oxygen mask on yourself first.
Right.
At the airlines.
Right. You got to pull yourself up into the boat, then pull somebody else into the boat. Right.
Yep.
Or you both drown.
Look,
people want to drown with honor.
All right, G. All right,
I'm about
G.
to buy me some motherfucking chicken rings, man. I'm hungry as a motherfucker. You feel me?
All right, hey, y'all, we need some cash out some chicken wings. All right, y'all.
Hey, you know my bicycle, man. You know what fucking pissed me off today? My bicycle, man. The spokes busted on the back fucking tire, man. I was so pissed off. I was getting a good workout in too, man. And then the motherfucking back the back wheel started wobbling and shit because of the spokes. It threw that shit off, man. I got to pay $121 to get that bullshit fixed.
Take it to a Mexican bike shop, man.
Mexican?
Yes.
Mexican?
Yes.
Yeah, they ain't got one around these parts though, BGS.
Yeah, but man, I got like 3 of them around me, man. Yeah.
They ain't got none around these parts, man. You know, I live in Huntsville, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So all right.
It's like a college in a prison town and shit. So, like literally, I'm for real,
what a dichotomy, man. 2 sides of the same.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, they got some good food in this motherfucker, though. Don't get it twisted. They got some good food up in here, man. You know, the wardens and shit, they got to eat. You know what I'm saying? And the motherfucking college, you know, them students got to eat. You know what I'm saying? So they got some great food here, man. It's just, you know, it ain't the most vibrant, bustling, urban environment. You know what I'm saying? But that's just. It is what it is. It's Huntsville, you know what I'm saying? So I can't expect it. But I mean, it's not a lot of, they have, you know, strip malls and shit like that and a few mom and pops here and there sporadically interspersed. But I found some dude, man, that's got a bike shop and he's like, I can rebuild it for you. I'm like, fuck it, man. Go ahead, man. Do something, man.
Take your black money to the black man, my brother.
My brother.
My brother. You're going to go to the Mexican.
Man, you know what? Like when I have, like, if I have, like, say for example, like I own a house in St. Louis, right? So anytime that I need some work done on the house, I'm gonna fuck with some Negroes.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do the same thing.
You know what I'm saying? Like I will even fuck with A crackhead, if he knows what the fuck he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even bullshitting.
I'm fucking with you, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm keeping it 1,000%, man.
I'm only saying what will be said, right?
I know,
like,
I know.
you know, I'm being
Look, I know you fucking jousting and joking, but I'm serious as a heart attack. Like, if that motherfucker knows how to actually like drywall, or like put some fucking grout in a corner or some shit, or knows how to apply a rail system to some stairs, some stringers,
Yeah.
I'm be like, okay, let's get it.
Yeah.
And now if he can't, I'm gonna say, nigga, you don't know what you're doing. This is not a job for you, sir. But if he know, like, you know what the people around you know how to do, just based off the shit that they do for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a painter, man, this motherfucker named Jeffrey. That motherfucker, he a dope head, but that boy can paint his ass off, man. Like, he'll paint your shit 3-4 rooms, motherfucking 2-3 hours. He out of that bitch. Get him some motherfucking some camo.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can't, back in the day I used to sell rock, so I probably could dish him some back then, but I can't. You gotta get your own dope today, but you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, get that boy some camo and some motherfucking dope, boy. That boy, he got your shit laced like a man, like he sprayed that shit on your walls. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. But I believe in putting money, recycling the dollars. When I had the opportunity, I'd rather give it to them than to give it to like some white ass dude I don't even know, who don't give a fuck about me. Even plumbing, man. I got partners, man, that like on the jobs be doing plumbing and shit. Like like construction work. They you meet Negroes on the job. Like, hey, bro, you know what I'm saying? If I need a toilet or some shit, some plumbing done, you fuck with me? Damn right I can fuck with you. Okay, shit. It come to handle that shit and be out the door. You know what I'm saying? Pay him his little bread, keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I believe in that, man. I do believe it if I can. But if I can't, shit, then, that white boy got to get the bread. If you can't do it, hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, man, much love to all y'all, man. Much respect. Even though I disagree, the only thing I wanted to point out today was, man, stop telling me what the fuck I gotta do, man.
Right.
And don't tell me to build shit when I really actually have built shit. So stop telling me to build shit. I know what it looks like, okay? But anyway, man, much love. Peace and hair grease. I'll holler at y'all next one, man.
No doubt.
We out.
Peace out. Peace.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one.